So these are some good old-fashioned Donkey Kong Country bootlegs. And bear with me as per usual while I get the cropping set up correctly. I don't think I've ever done an NES crop before because I've not really streamed NES games. This may actually be the first NES game I've ever streamed. Which is a funny way of looking at it. Hello, Rado. Welcome on in. All right, let's see what we got here. Well, that's actually pretty close. Actually pretty close to being cropped. Okay. Yeah, that looks good. Okay. Yeah, we'll go with that. That is a very small amount of text because it's such a long title. But the retro achievements do work on it. That's fun. That's fun. How's everyone doing today? I'm doing okay, considering. Doing pretty all right. I'm being very picky about the crop today. You have to bear with me. It's kind of hard to get these things the way that I want them, but that's good enough. A torrential downpour damaged your roof. That's terrible. Sorry to hear that. So, this is an NES game. There's like a lot of like extra background and history to this and shit. It's essentially 2 games are in here. I believe the only things that's like the bootleg we care about for this particular stream is probably this. I don't think it's the Jungle Book 2 at the bottom. I don't think that's one of the things we care about. But who knows? Maybe we do. Maybe we care deeply and immensely about that. But here you go. Hot jams. This is just like Donkey Kong Country. It's just like the Donkey Kong Country that I remember. We got a password system. Exciting. We definitely are no circumstances where we're going to need that. I'm going to boost the volume on this a bit. Okay, it has a demo. Plays a demo for us. Okay. Well, we want to play the game for ourselves. Let me know how the volume is, by the way, for the game. Is that loud enough? Good music. I'm glad to hear you got some sleep, Oblivion Bird. So how's the volume for this? Is this okay? Or does it need to be louder? Okay, we're playing the game now. It just automatically started playing for us, so we pressed start and started playing. I'm not sure which. You certainly move really fast when you have a barrel in your hand. Seems fine. I figured. It's an NES game, so it's going to be a bit louder. Oh yeah, obviously the quality of the audio is a separate matter. Nice slowdown. You know, I am surprised. Okay, does the roll jump actually work? Okay, there's no roll jump in this version. I'm not shocked by this. It is gonna be weird though. You know, this is the intended audio experience. I suppose you do start with 25 lives. I didn't actually look at that because I was looking at chat. Oh, okay, that's how you change. One just shrinks and then the other grows to replace. Yeah, there's no roll jumping. That's going to be an interesting thing to deal with. For reasons that are probably obvious, because when I play a Donkey Kong Country game, I expect there to be... Oh, okay, so you also can't put the barrel in front of you to destroy an enemy because you will also get hit. There's a lot of differences with this very real version of the game. A lot of stuff that I have to account for of it not being the same video game. Yeah, they just painfully have a metamorphosis. It's true. You doing okay, chat? Is there anything wrong? This is based off the Jungle Book game. Like, it's some kind of, like, Chinese ROM hack that's using the Jungle Book NES game. That's my understanding. It's like using that engine. You feel sick? Oh, okay. Sorry to hear. Hey, we beat the first level. There are some similarities. It's not identical, but there's some of the levels are similar. The scrolling's jagged. That's because the frame rate keeps dropping. That appears to be normal for this. It just seems to be the intended experience. Yeah, no world map. Aquatic ambiance has never sounded so good. Yeah, there is the, okay, when you pause, everything just vanishes for the sprites. I could... Okay, no. I hate cores that auto-default to enter as being the pause, because I have to use that to get out of full screen. Anyway. There might be a setting for that in this emulator. I could see if people want me to see if I can get rid of that. I could just crop it too, I suppose. I could just crop that on OBS as well. I don't necessarily have to do it in the emulator. No secrets. I wasn't able to find any. Let me see. So... Ah, there it is.
Yeah.
So you can do that. Yeah, so there is a setting for it. Okay, so we got rid of it. Yeah, because there's no real reason to see that, because, at least for most NES games, you're not intended to see that. It's actually kind of interesting that that isn't just the default. So now that we've done that, I can actually crop this even more. May as well. Don't need to have black bars on the side. This is what I mean by there being some technical stuff, right? It's gonna not be the not everything's gonna be completely smooth here. There we go. Banger music. Apparently that counted as a hit. Interesting. Wonder what's over there. Could just be another direction for the level. Says there's an arrow pointing down here. There's nothing there, though. No secret or anything. So, this level's kind of interesting, huh? It seems like there's almost more than one route. It's also probably obvious, but the swimming is, not exactly identical here. And I spelled cog. You proud of me for spelling cog? Oh wow, we're just in World 2 level now. I wonder what gets you achievements in this. Because they are primed. I didn't actually look. Hey, Ketchup Gatorade. This is just like Donkey Kong Country. It's amazing. I'm so impressed. Well, damn. Says it's an arrow pointing down again, chat. I don't know if I trust them. No, it doesn't seem to be any very naughty boss, at least not yet. Oh, boss fight. Oh, you got your wish. Here he is. Holy shit, he's moving fast. Holy shit, he's moving at Mach speed. He isn't fucking around anymore. This is no joke. Got him. Oh, there's an achievement. Oh, I got 2 achievements. I got a no damage achievement. This is stage 2-1, apparently. Fear Factory, my favorite level. Fear Factory in World 2, just how I remember it. It could be. It could be really naughty. Whoa, holy shit. These, slippas are, really coming out of those barrels quickly. This is an interesting experience, chat. Aren't you happy that I'm here to stream this for you? Jesus. This part's a little fucked. Unlike the rest of this game so far, of course. The rest of this game is completely normal, and it's only this part. My controller's being really fucking loud, I noticed. You keep hearing the button. Not much I can do about that, I guess. True, why would me be playing this game again on stream be novel or interesting when you've seen it already so many times? You're right. You're so right. It'd be cool if Rambi was in this. It's possible he is. Maybe like he's hidden away or something, but... Oh, damn. I was probably close to the end of the stage, too. Now we gotta do it again. This is getting pretty difficult. This part in particular is not, I don't think, very play-tested. There doesn't seem to be any animal buddies, as far as I can tell. But this is Donkey Kong Country. It's the... It goes by many names. Some would say this is Donkey Kong Country 4. It is really funny, though, that this is very possibly the first time I've literally streamed an NES game. I find that hilarious, because it's probably the case. And what an NES game. Yeah, true, Rare did all the work. You're right. Yeah, that part's, it's where I died last time. That part's kind of fucked. I'm not sure how you deal with, like, the endless deluge of slippas. That's... Okay, apparently that counted as a hit. We're getting so many bananas. But yeah, this is what happens, chat, when I don't have a Switch 2 and I don't have Donkey Kong Bonanza. This is what you get. This is what occurs. Wow, really? It seems that enemy, yeah, just moves however he wants to move, so there's no real set pattern. He just sort of does whatever he feels like, and then sometimes that means you get hit because he just instantly turns back around. That's pretty awesome. Really? Count as a hit? Interesting. I don't know where that 6-5 mana is coming from. Maybe I just keep missing it. And I'm just not looking at the right part of the screen for that. I'm mostly just trying not to die. Honestly. It's been quite the battle. Right, so if I don't get hit by this guy again, that'd be awesome. Cool, there we go. This game's difficulty has skyrocketed. Hello, Power Proto Man. Oh, man. This is a video game. I'm fighting for my life here. You know, I could try as the roll. Yeah, I need to be using the roll more. I forgot about the roll in this because... Fuck. I forgot about the roll. Jesus! Man, this spot seems impossible. I forgot about the roll because there's no roll jump in this, so I just stopped using it. But evidently the roll still doesn't actually help for a lot of this shit, so maybe I should still not use it. Because it just seems like the roll just doesn't actually kill enemies when you roll into them sometimes. So I guess I should probably reapproach that. I don't know when the right time to use a roll is, so it just seems like a massive risk. And scrolling in this is great, by the way. It's very comfortable. Definitely not constantly jarring and going all over the place. Sure would be nice to have another Kong barrel. Oh, I didn't die that time to putting the barrel in front of the enemy. I guess it only happens sometimes. Interesting. I don't know why my mic made that noise. I didn't even touch the mic. I hate it when my mic just randomly makes a noise for no reason. Ugh. Chat. How am I gonna do this? Can I do this? Can I even get past this level? It's starting to feel like it might be more luck-based if I get past that section. The only way I think I can get past that section is if I don't lose a Kong for the rest of this level, which is, as you can see, I already fucked that up. Easier said than done. Because, like, one way you could theoretically get through that is, you could take a hit and then just keep moving, and maybe you can get past the, like, infinite slip-up dimension. Because that's what those snakes are called, by the way. They're called slippas. Fuck. They're so fast, is the thing. They respawn so quickly. What is one to do? Yeah, Diddy's got that stare down. It's true. I rolled, and nothing happened. I was thinking, why not try the roll? You know what I just learned? The roll doesn't work if you're standing still. It only works if you're moving left or right. So that actually makes that even extra worse. Maybe they are called slippers, you're right. Maybe the names are different. You could be right about that. This is quite the experience. This is what being a streamer is all about. Okay, so we're coming up to the part where I keep dying. It's probably at the very end of the level. So, I'm doing my best here in the infinite hell realm. Okay, so here, I just keep moving. Why is there more? Oh my god, that was literally the end of the level, so I did it, finally. Jesus. Okay, we're back to the jungle now. Sure, why not? Satin log. Oh, are we doing barrels now? Oh boy. Oh boy. I don't know how I feel about that. Armadillos, otherwise known as Army. So far, emphasis on so far, this level's pretty easy in comparison. They even got two Kong barrels. That Zinger just invincible? Okay. This level was surprisingly easy, first time. Hawaiian monster? Not familiar offhand. Whoa, this music's going for it. Amazing. Hot jams. Yeah, I think those zingers are just invincible in this. Oh, we got tires. With very good sounds. I'm learning so much about Donkey Kong today. I'm learning so much about it. I'm learning about all of its rich history. Cool. Awesome. You really can't get away with anything with how terrible these hitboxes are and how terrible the roll is and stuff like that. Like, they don't really give you any wiggle room. Like, you have to do things in a pretty specific way most of the time. Oh boy, we're only at the O. This could be a long fucking level. There is another barrel, though. Jesus Christ. I rolled. I rolled and I disagree with your assessment. I was trying to get that letter because it does give you an extra life, but... yeah. We're just burning through them. The roll just kind of only works sometimes, it feels like. This is some intense gaming. As it turns out, which I kind of expected going in, as it turns out, bootlegs are kind of fucking hard a lot of the time. And usually for the wrong reasons, but nonetheless, that is the end result. Okay. Did that give me a life back? I'm not sure. Haha, amazing. I rolled and it didn't matter. I still died. Yeah, that roll, really, you can't count on that for shit, huh? Gnosis Doc, you just gotta look at it before you press the button. Just look at it before you send the message and you won't have this problem, I promise. Fuck. This has been quite the experience. I wonder how far I will get in this. With a lot of these, I kind of expect there'll be a point where I'm probably gonna give up, but we'll see. Oh boy. See, the problem with this area is there's these death pits, and it doesn't matter if you have an extra Kong, it'll still kill you anyway if you, like, die at above a death pit. For whatever reason, it's just decided that's what should happen. So the Kong barrels don't help you as much as they should. Well, that's a death. Yeah, we're starting to run out of lives, as it turns out. God damn it. I also have had many deaths just from that very beginning part, because this guy just kind of just shows up and sometimes kills you. It's a good time. Fun had by all. Fuck! I haven't played Ninja Gaiden, so I don't think the music is stuck in my brain. That was a mistake. I should not jump there.
Rado donated 10.
Rado, thank you for donating 10. I always get surprised when people donate when there's not even like a goal or anything. Thank you very much. Oh my gosh, this part is very precise, huh? Yeah, this has been an interesting experience. You don't get these experiences all the time, you know? But yeah, I don't know, I really think that zingers should die when you throw a barrel at them. But maybe they're all the brown zingers that, are immortal, like they are in the original game. Oh boy. Oh boy. This is not gonna go well, is it? Oh my gosh. I bet the exit's right over there, too. These things have a very interesting hitbox, if you want to call it that. This is some high-octane, intense gaming here, chat. Not just anyone could go through this. Well. Jesus Christ. Yeah, right. Like, this could be just as good as Bonanza. It's true. Fuck. But yeah, like, it's kind of funny. Because, while I'm not chomping at the bit for a Switch 2 or anything like that, on a long enough time frame, I do want one. Like, with certainty, I do want one on a long enough time frame. And, I do want to play Donkey Kong, obviously. But, you know, when you got games like these... When you got games like these, it's hard to argue. Well, that's too bad. Because if you die there, they just kill you. Regardless of how much, fucking...
What a shame.
Fucking Kong's barrel stuff you have in reserve. Really, if you didn't instantly die when you get hit at a death pit, this would be a much easier level. I wonder if I can even get past this. I'm having my doubts. At least not on a long enough time frame. Because I assume that, you know, I'm just going to get a game over, and allegedly there's some kind of a password system, I suppose, but I really do not like entering in passwords in video games. Not a fan of that. But also, I was never given a password, so unless they give you one on the game over or something, you know. Hello, Vixen Dragon. Welcome on in. See, the funny thing is, this Dark Souls isn't really that hard, like, compared to a lot of other games. Such as, you know, a large amount of NES games. Many NES games are harder than most other games. There's also a lot of arcade games that can get very ludicrously difficult. I really should wait in there and not... Yeah. I gotta wait for some of these if they get on bad patterns. Yeah, it was. The whole Prepare to Die edition thing in particular was one of the big marketing pushes. I'm trying to get these letters just because it does give you an extra life if you get the G. At least allegedly it does. I don't know if it does if you grab the G when you're on death. There we go, finally, we did it. That took a bit. That took a bit. Oh, boss time. We're getting necky. Seems to be basically the same boss. Obviously, some differences, but... very similar fella. Oh, fuck. Except that hitbox is a little bit different. Just a little bit. I didn't seem to lose any life here when I died to the boss. That's interesting. Yeah, I don't think you can hit the boss when he's up there. That doesn't seem possible. I think you're just meant to avoid it or something until he's down lower. This is so intense. Oh, dang, he died. There's a lot of stuff with Dark Souls and the player base and things like that that tend to have a lot of toxicity associated with it and general, like, try-hard behavior. Another jungle level. Very interesting. So weird to see a jungle level in, like, the third world or whatever it is. Oh, it's just a free life here. That's... I see. Maybe there's a reason they gave that. I don't know why that barrel didn't damage it. If nothing else, one thing I like to provide is not necessarily all the time, I can't always guarantee it, but more often than not, I like to do full playthroughs of a game. Within reason. Don't know if I'll be able to accomplish it with this one. Hey, Tonichu. It's interesting. It's interesting if nothing else. I do indeed have an entire challenge based around that, that's true. Because while I don't think it's a requirement at all, I often like it when if I watch a streamer or whatever, I like seeing a game in full. I like seeing the whole thing. I like it when people stream a game and they finish the video game. Thank you for the clip. Like, I like seeing those full playthroughs. I think that's where I died before. It's almost like that's really hard to see because the sprites keep flickering constantly. Weird how that happens. There's like a little bit of that in this vulture culture in that... Jesus Christ. If it's lessened on a CRT, probably not. It's just a sprite limitation issue. So in case you're wondering how that happens, edge detection in this is not the best, and I'm pretty sure that this game, if you want to call it that, drops inputs. I'm reasonably certain that it's been dropping some of my inputs. So there's also that. Because normally I don't do that kind of thing in a platformer. And typically there's a reason when that happens. Okay. Very good. Well, that's the life I'm not getting back. So far, other than that jank in some of these sections, this level's a lot easier than a couple of the other ones I had gone through. I may not have enough lives left over, though. This is a bit of a weird one. Okay. The timing on that one's strange. So, am I incorrect? Because I could have sworn that I hit the barrel. Like, you know, that I made I properly shot that barrel. The trajectory was correct, but I went through it and then died. I'm pretty sure that's what happened. I'm pretty sure that's what happened. I'm pretty sure I did do that correctly, but the game was like, nah. Pretty sure I phased through the barrel, yeah. Like, it did happen pretty quickly, but I'm pretty sure that's what happened. Part of the problem is that whenever there's barrel on screen, the sprites flicker, like, immensely. So it's really hard to get a read on things when that's happening. Oh my gosh. This is not going well for the Kongs. Jesus. We're burning through the lives now, chat. This game demands perfection. Oh boy. So, I wish I was able to say more while I'm playing this, but it's also, like, if I actually want to get through this, I kind of have to go full concentration mode. So sorry if I'm not saying as much. But this is genuinely very fucking difficult. So I've been kind of needing to concentrate a lot. Thank you for the follow. Okay, so I'm gonna try the bottom and... Okay, that was my fault. I saw what happened with that one. That was my fault. I didn't get the timing down correctly. But... yeah, that barrel section's hard. Yes, the barrels get the small hitboxes, that's right. Really concerned about those coconuts. I can't seem to kill this vulture either. He just seems to be immortal. So I guess he's just there to be an obstacle. For those who don't have full context, by the way, because I know some people are probably new to the stream. I am among, like, it's kind of weird to state this, but it is true. Like, statistically, it is true. I am among one of the best players of Donkey Kong Country in the world. I'm, like, probably somewhere in the top 100, at least for the first game. So it's really funny. It's really funny to be, like, playing this shit. So there's a little bit of additional context to it. I have streamed the Donkey Kong Country trilogy a pretty fair amount on this stream. Oh, the thing happened again. My main thing with Donkey Kong Country games is I don't know every single speedrun trick, and I don't have them all memorized and routed to muscle memory. Now, I could do that, and I have thought about, I might do that at some point. Maybe. Maybe I will at some point. Learn to get even faster and better at all three of those games. But it takes time, right? It takes time to learn it all and to commit more of it. Like, I know some speedrun tricks, especially for the first game. And I do use some of them, but I definitely have a room for improvement. Well, that time I just narrowly missed the barrel. I am more than capable of learning all of it, though. Like, I was able to learn a couple speedrun tricks for Donkey Kong Country 2 in, like, 20 minutes off stream. Because the Donkey Kong Country 2 subset essentially teaches you a bunch of glitches and some speed tech. So I was doing a bit of that like a month or two ago, and like unlocked a couple of the achievements for that in about 20 or 30 minutes. But yeah, so I have like a very high skill ceiling for those games. So yeah, it's just kind of funny to be playing these, like, because I do have a lot of experience with these. But the bootlegs are completely new to me. And it definitely messes a lot with, like, muscle memory and stuff, because you kind of expect to be playing a certain way when you play a Donkey Kong Country game. Gosh. Well, we did it. We got through this level. Lives are not very high, though. But yeah, I've done marathons before for the Donkey Kong Country trilogy. I've done a couple. I did one with a friend, and then that one was cursed, though, because we were doing specific things, and we were dealing with massive, massive amounts of input latency because of just locational differences through net play. And the Fightcade versions are not acceptable for streaming or in general, because the Fightcade versions have that problem of, because of the rollback and how that all works with the programming and shit, it sounds like absolute ass anytime the other player is putting in an input. So, like, the audio just constantly crackles every time somebody pushes a button that's on the other end. So that wasn't really an option for us, so we had to use, like, the NSO. The NSO one was the best option, and even that was still immense amounts of input latency, so it made those games, like, way, way, way harder. So that one took, like, 12 hours for all three of the games with all levels. On my own, though, I've beaten all three games, and I think about... I forget the exact number, because I wasn't, like, timing it. But, it was something like... Was it, like, 4 hours? It was something in the range of 4 hours, I want to say, or 4.5, or 4 hours and 20 minutes. Something like that. And that was just, like, doing the, like, the normal routes without the extra levels and stuff. So, you know, for all three games, that's not bad. Not sure how you're expected to get through that. I don't think you are. I think that's, like, the wrong way. Because a lot of these water stages seem to have, like... They seem to be fairly open, sort of, like they have different routes, almost like Sonic. some of these are not as linear as you'd think, I guess. Yeah. That other area just seems to be bait or impossible. You're meant to go over here. Really? Okay. Sure, that counts as death, yeah. Definitely got hit there. Yeah, I've been, like, dealing with a lot of health problems for a while, so... There are certain things I've been meaning to do or wanting to do, but just haven't really had the energy and brain power to really commit to it. I seem to be on the tail end of the problems, though. At least that's the hope. That's the hope. So I should be getting stronger, just like Minmo. Okay. Yeah, I don't know what you do to get past that guy without getting hit. That one seemed a little suspect. There sure is a fucking... Oh, they got these now. They got these tires. Jesus, Jesus. Wow, that's fucked. That is really fucked. Yeah. I mean, Miyamoto's wrong about a lot of stuff. Miyamoto's the kind of guy who did some really impressive stuff back during the 8-bit and early 16-bit eras of Nintendo. Miyamoto peaked early in life. That happens with some people, it's just how it is. Miyamoto is, the kind of person who... Damn it, that was my fault. The kind of person who, has a lot of seniority around a place like Nintendo and doesn't really do anything of value anymore. Unfortunately, he's a hack these days, but he contributed some very important stuff to video games. That said, though, there is an argument to be made with people like Miyamoto, where you could just say that someone else would have done it anyway. Hard to say that definitively, but it's an argument you can make. That maybe someone else would have just come along and done the same thing or done it better. Okay, we did it. Barely made that. Okay, I can't get that anymore, I guess. So getting all the letters here is not easy. Well, John Morero, the thing with Doom's development, it was a team of people. And it wasn't all solely on one individual. And, you know, the two main people who made Doom that get most of the intrigue and credit, even though they weren't the only people who worked on it, is John Romero and John Carmack. You could make an argument that John Carmack was far more important to Doom being made than John Romero, because code is, you know, so vital. But so is level design and stuff like that. Ong. But the point is that these things are a team effort, right? Making games is usually a team effort. This again? Okay, they are doing it. So they are doing the really naughty variant here. That's funny. It's probably... Okay. Interesting. So it doesn't work the same way, though. So, oh, okay. I didn't get the no damage, but... Okay. That's one way to do it, I suppose. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff that both of them contributed, for sure. It just automatically goes to the stage, by the way. I just like listening to the music and jamming out. Oh yeah, no, the Fear Factory level is probably gonna... we've already seen one of these levels and we were stuck on it for a while. So, this is probably gonna be hard. It's hard to say, though, like, the level design is all over the place. Some of them are easier, and then some of them are way harder. This game does not, have a difficulty curve. It just kind of jumps and spikes all over the place. Some levels are easy, and then some of them are just, like, really hard. And it has nothing to do with how early you are or later you are in this game. Cool. Okay. All right. Sure. You know, it's interesting because there's some stuff in this game that is pretty accurate to how it is in the Super Nintendo. Selective things. Okay, sure. That's how that platform works. Like, the animation and the timing of the Kremlings when they're doing that little jump hop thing is pretty much one-to-one with how it is on the Super Nintendo, I think. If not, it's very close. Now, of course, the hitboxes and other stuff associated with that are not at all the same, but I found that kind of interesting that some things are actually reproduced pretty well. I'm sure it goes without saying that everything with the physics, the hitboxes, and core game mechanics are completely fucked. Jesus. This game barely works, but it works better than you'd think, I guess, just considering it is a bootleg and all. It's rough, though. It's really rough. Okay, that jump, you have to clearly go to the very, very edge, which is dangerous. That seems to be a very, very tight jump. That might just get me the game over. I'm pretty much going to keep playing until I get the game over. That's kind of my thought process here. I'm not aiming to beat this game. But I want to at least get to the game over screen. Because it'll probably have a screen anyway, and I want to see what it looks like. So we'll go as far as we can on the first attempt. Hi, Speedy. Welcome on in. think this is the most I've ever heard this particular song. Nice, that's basically something Rareware would do. They would blindside you with a critter. Like that. So it's kind of funny how there are some rare isms kind of put in here that are pretty accurate to what they would have done. Wow, I actually made it through the level. I'm surprised. And we're back to jungle, and this time, they have some ideas. They got some claptraps. Already died. Oh, no, we're not dead yet, but soon. I lost the Kong. You can't go on the treetops here. I see. We are trying some things. At least there's a new enemy type. I like seeing that. The jumping here is getting incredibly tight. Hi, Manos. Welcome on in. We're probably at the end of this game. And by that, I mean game over. Because I'm almost out of lives. And I haven't seen a password. Allegedly, there's a password system. Maybe you get it when you die. I don't know if I'm too keen on spending a ton of time on this. I've already spent like an hour on this. So if you're coming in a little late, I guess there's always the VOD if you want to see more of what this game is, because I think we're at the end. Yeah. Oh, they do have it. I was hoping they would. So sad. It's so sad that they died of Ligma. That's an interesting password system. I guess that's one way to do it. It's a Kong. Well, I didn't really memorize it, so I guess I'm fucked, unless I went back in the recordings.
Thank you, Goku.
Yeah, thank you, Goku. Something like... Lost.
Since Goku was here, it was fun. Everyone liked Goku. Thank you, Goku.
Exactly. Was Kong little... Okay, so like... Donkey, Diddy... Okay, thank you, chat. Okay. Okay. Oh, but we have to do it from the beginning of the world. Aw. Boo. How many lives did it give me? I guess we won't know until I die. Did it start me at like 30 again? Oh, it does. Okay, so it does give you the whole stock back. That's more generous than I was expecting. I don't know if I want to keep going, but it's good to know that I could pick up this game again if I really wanted to. Jesus. Yeah, I'll play it. God. Gosh. I'll play a little more just because some people are coming in now. They want to see a little bit more of the game, I get it, so... I'll play a little bit more before we move on. Oh, how did I... Man. I should just not even try to get that letter, I think. I've already beaten this stage before. Jesus fucking Christ. That time I wasn't even trying to get the letter, I'm just trying to get past the fucking gap. Because you can't roll jump. That doesn't work in this. There's a lot of core mechanics that are absent in this version. Wow, I am like mega struggling now. This is some massive struggle. At least I made it past it. Yeah, the only trouble with some of these games is that if you actually want to see more of the content, you have to play, like, really well. You have to be really on top of it and max concentration, so I end up not having a lot to say because I have to put all my brain power to trying to get through a fucking level. Someone has to do it, though. Yeah, it's certainly an interesting video game. I don't like you. I don't like you, game. No, there's no roll jumping. You can't do that. If you could do that, these levels would be drastically easier. Sadly, that core mechanic does not work. It's really funny, though, that most people who play Donkey Kong Country games, at least whenever I've seen people play them, most of them don't know about the roll jump. And if they do, they don't think it's important. And then they, like, don't do it unless they feel like they absolutely have to. It's always interesting, like, when you watch, like, a newbie play a Donkey Kong Country game. And, like, see their thought process on, like, how they think the game should play. The most common thing, of course, being that people always, for some reason, I don't know why, maybe it's just because of the title, because it's called Donkey Kong Country, people always think that Donkey Kong's the best character. They just think that Donkey Kong's the best one. Just by default, with no actual rationale or reason, they just think that. So they'll, like, always switch to Donkey Kong when he's available. It's interesting. It's interesting what people's conclusions are with those games, especially the first one. Like, I really think that's just it. Like, people just think that he's the best character in that, and think that that's like the meta or whatever, because his name's on the title and he's on the cover. Which, you know, I guess I understand that, but it's also just funny. Dixie's good. Dixie is good in both, and, like, it depends. It depends on what you're doing. Dixie is really, really, really good in certain levels, if you want to skip some shit especially. Like, sometimes she's just the optimal pick for some stages to skip through some annoying sections and whatever else, right? Yeah, so far this is not going well. The task of having to get through this level again is proving to be a bit arduous. This is a really interesting level, so I don't think I have it in me to do this one again. Well, I'd be interested to know what game that was. That sounds interesting. Well, the funny thing about Donkey Kong's victory animation is you only ever saw it for completing bonuses and for beating bosses, so in a lot of situations you actually wouldn't see it for either character. Also, a lot of people don't know that you can hold down the run button in platformers, and that it's generally expected of you to hold down the run button under most circumstances. That's also just another funny thing. That's especially true of Donkey Kong Country when you watch people play it. It's always an interesting time. I don't know why they have a barrel there, I'm gonna be real. Like, what does that accomplish? Why is that there? Because it's not even a Kong barrel as far as I can tell. It's just a normal barrel that they just have there for the sake of having it there. I tried to roll, and it didn't work. It's all down to Donkey Kong now. Oh, not too bad. I don't know how much more of this I'm going to take, chat. Because I've lost so many lives that I don't think I'm going to end up having enough to see much more of this game. With the rate that I've been burning through them. This level is extremely long. This is like the longest level I've seen in the game. See, I think I'm getting the vibe that I'm going to move on. That's what I'm going to do. I'm not... It's taking way too long. So I think that's good for now. Maybe someday I'll come back to this, but I think we're good. Okay. We'll leave that awesome music on while I select the next game. Apparently, my version is fucked up for retro achievements, which is annoying, which I was expecting might be the case. Do I have to patch this for some fucking reason? Let me see. I don't need the Chivos because I'm barely getting any anyways, I don't think. Like, but just kind of wondering. Yeah, for that whole over an hour of play for this one, I got 25 points. Whoopee, whippy. Let me look at the thing real quick. Technical issues, chat. Let me put the music on. All right. I will resolve this. Apparently, it may need to use a patch of some kind, yeah. I'm gonna try that. Having a good one, chat? Is your day going okay? There's some real Donkey Kong music. Better than Monday went? That's good. Alright, we fixed it. It did need a patch. Capture! 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 Thank you. Let me see if I can reset that so people can actually read what it said. Because it's scrolling by very quickly. What's the... There's no hotkey for reset on this for some reason. I can reboot the core, but that's it. Okay, there we go. Now chat can actually see the fucking game. Lots of lore here. Hope you can read fast. Hey, there he is. It's him. The leader of the bunch. You know him well? Hey, it's that Diddy Kong fella. I know him. Hello, Rachel. I was on the NES one for a bit. I don't know if you were just lurking. But I subjected myself to over an hour of the NES game, got to World 4, and then hit a wall. I do have a password, though, so I could come back to that at any time. The Journey of Over Time and Space. This is a Game Boy Color game that, to my understanding, is a ROM hack of Mario Deluxe. Mario Brothers Deluxe. Might be a little obvious because of the pipes. That's a good sprite. That's a good Donkey Kong. Hell, I think that could even be an emote. Mind you, like a tertiary emote, like when you put on FFC or something. Hey, it's Diddy Kong. Wow, this sure scrolls badly. There's hearts, though. And chicken? Oh, now I'm Donkey Kong. Yeah, just take some meat and then you're Donkey Kong. That's how that works. Whoa, that's a jump. Holy fuck, Donkey Kong? You jump way higher than you're supposed to. I mean, both of them do. And Diddy's the one who jumps high to begin with. I mean, I guess they must have. I haven't played Pokemon Pinball. Volume level's good, chat. Good. Why is there like a... What is he doing that for? Why is he doing that? Movement in this is perplexing, to say the least. There's a lot going on here. If I didn't know any better, I was invincible because he keeps flickering. Like a Starman? Yeah, that must have been a Starman. Or something. Like the equivalent of whatever this game calls it. It looked kind of just like an orb to me. This is a lot. This is a lot to deal with. Oh, cool, you can double hit them. Amazing. Donkey Kong's so bad. Ugh. It's like I said, this is a Chinese bootleg that is a ROM hack of Mario Brothers Deluxe on the Game Boy Color. So if it looks like that thing, there's a reason for that. This is a video game, chat. Yep, you eat the meat, and you become Donkey Kong. That's how it works. I love the slowdown. Oh no! Wow, that's one way to come back to this screen. Now, I don't know what benefits there are for being Donkey Kong. That is unclear to me. Why do I want to be Donkey Kong? Just so I can take an extra hit? Because I don't have, like, any special powers as far as I know. I'm just Donkey Kong. I don't think he even jumps higher. So it's just the extra health, I suppose? Yeah, maybe that's it. He just needs to be the leader of the bunch. That's the only explanation required of any of this. Oh, that's the pause menu. Oh, you can save. Save done. We've done it. We've saved. I notice there's a timer on this, too. I don't know what any of these things are. All of this looks like random nonsense to me. All of these enemies are like... It's like almost a weird little dino thing or something. I don't know. Oh, that platform's gone. I thought it would come back. I don't think he has a coconut gun. I've tried buttons. It is Game Boy Color after all. There's not that many of them. And, I didn't find anything. I didn't find anything special Donkey Kong was doing. I guess those are supposed to be like Koopas. I saw you. Oh, right. You can't... Yeah, you just take damage here. They're like piranha plants. Oh, shit. We found the secrets. Where will it take me? Will I miss content? I missed content, chat. Now I'm at 3-1. I fucked up. Now we're skipping ahead. We're missing amazing shit. It has the warp zone. I mean, I had to check. I had to find out if it had the warp zone. Now we know. It was important. Concerning amount of difficulty in this. I think we're gonna get even less far in this than I did in the previous game. I got a 1-up. I don't even know what I picked up. I don't know what that was supposed to represent. This is certainly fascinating. Why does Donkey Kong keep doing that? What the fuck? Every time I cross over here, he does that. What is that? It's like a Tasmania... Like the Tasmanian devil fucking animation? Why is that happening whenever I cross that barrier? Fucking bizarre. Oh, yeah. I've been having my chats get eaten in general, though. That's been happening to me frequently, even on desktop. I don't know if that's specifically a Twitch mobile thing. Like when I've been watching other streamers, I've sometimes had to type in the same thing like 3 or 4 times before it actually took. Hold on. He does have an ability. You have to hold down this button at a specific... Yeah, okay. So Donkey Kong does do something. Hello, Alt. Okay, so I think this is a Starman. Yep. That's a Starman, so we can just go through. But it doesn't kill anybody, it just makes us invincible. And also no indication of when it actually runs out. I mean, yeah, this whole game is terrible to look at. I did know about that with DK64, yeah. I've actually done a full playthrough of DK64 this year. Whoa, there was some weird stereo panning there. What was that about? What? Why does the music just do this very specific stereo panning at one point in the song? Okay, I guess I'm expected to make that jump. All right. I guess they do jump pretty high in this. It ate my input. I was pressing the jump button multiple times. That's gonna be a theme of these games. Oh, it did it again. Happened again. I think that's gonna be a theme of these games, is just eating my inputs when it feels like it. Okay. Sometimes with these games too, it will eat your inputs at the same time, like in a level. Like if you're just put in a specific part of a stage and you try to jump or whatever, it just won't happen. Like I've had that happen with some of these games. Even ones that are not nearly as bad, but still bad. Like, the GBA remakes for Donkey Kong Country games have that problem. Where it'll eat your inputs in the exact same part of every stage. If you push a button a certain time in a stage. It's very interesting how that goes. Oh. Music choice. Well, we got the 0 life system. So you have 1 life left. Okay, I have been getting some achievements. Okay, I was gonna say, have I gotten a single achievement? Oh, no, wait, there is no achievement for this. So the retro achievements just don't work on this game. For some reason, I thought they did, but I guess they don't. Okay, whatever. Probably should have just used the mister, to be honest. Need all the help I can get. Continue? What are the hands doing there? Spooky, ominous hands. Well, we're still here. So this is just one of these games with no consequence of death other than your score resets or whatever. Okay. So there's the live system doesn't mean anything. I mean, that's better than having to redo a bunch of stuff. So chat, do you think I deserve a Nintendo Switch 2 with my very own copy of Donkey Kong Bonanza? Is this something that you think that I should have? Yeah? Here's my next question, chat. Here's my next question. Is there a particular incentive that you would want if I put that up as a donation goal? Because that's a lot of money. That's a lot of money. Is there anything specific Or is it just simply that I get the thing, and then I have the ability to stream whatever I want off of that thing, including Switch 1 games at a higher frame rate and resolution? Because there's like some stuff, even just Switch 1 wise, that I could just stream on there. Doesn't have to be the latest releases. It could be Mario Odyssey even. Could be Link's Awakening Remake. Could be any of the Zelda games, really. Or is it just reward enough that I have the thing? Because that's the thing, like, as far as, like, stream stuff goes, by and large, I'm doing pretty okay. Like, I have most of the core essential things I need for streaming. Good animation there. I don't think I've seen that one before. Like, the only other thing that I kind of, like, need, but is, like, in of itself a shit fuck ton of money that goes beyond even the cost of a Switch 2 with what I said, is just getting, like, a second PC set up, or getting a better GPU. And better GPU is more money than a Switch 2. Like, getting a 9070 XT in Canada averages around $1,000. With tax, I think it's closer to $1,100, depending on which model. Basically, I don't really have a lot of, like, at the moment, super essential... I'm just dying a whole lot. Super essential things, that I'm lacking for stream stuff. Like, I've got a pretty solid setup these days. And like, the emote stuff is, you know, ongoing. I do have another emote, animated emote being made. We got that funded. That's all situated. You don't get new emote slots all the time. So that sort of thing, like, kind of takes care of itself at this point, now that chat funded that. It is really hard to control this game. Surprisingly, this game has worse physics than the last one, and I didn't know that was possible. I mean, ultimately, it's my responsibility to think of stuff as far as an incentive goes. It would probably end up having to be me thinking about something like that's interesting enough for me to stream for the amount that also isn't too ludicrous. Like, you know, contextually, right? In my opinion, even though it is a good bit of money to get something like, say, a Switch 2 with one Switch 2 video game, it's still too cheap for some of the stuff I'm thinking of. Like, say I did 100% Donkey Kong 64 playthrough, that's too low. That's simply too low. That would take so long for me to do. Same thing with, like, 100% Mario Sunshine, right? Like, that's still not enough. That's still not enough. Have to aim higher than that for... Fuck. Yeah, and that's the thing with, like, GameCube games is, this is, like, fucking... This is a massive difficulty spike. That's the thing, though, is that, GameCube stuff, I'm gonna be playing it anyway. Like, that's just a guarantee. That's how the challenge works. So... that particular part doesn't really matter. So anything that would be a game incentive thing would either have to be a special run of an existing game, or it would have to be, like, just something not GameCube related. This game is real fucked. Did you know that? Somehow this is outdoing itself, and this is, like, even more fucked than the last game, and I'm really impressed by that. I wouldn't go as far as to say this is unplayable, but it's pretty bad. It's pretty close to unplayable. Man. I'm like making no progress. This is rough. What about Game Boy Color Resident Evil? Fuck. I have to wait longer for that. Wow. Amazing. Like, the thing with the Switch 2 stuff is, like I've said before, I'm not, like, desperate chomping at the bit to get one. It's still very early into the console. There's, like, 2 games out for it. It's just more of a thing of, yeah, I do want one on a long enough time frame. Like, I would end up wanting to get one. Because the console's probably going to be around for, like, 10 years. Like, I expect the Switch 2 is probably going to last longer than the Switch 1. And, you know, with that amount of time, there's going to be enough games on there I'm going to want to play. And then plus, playing Switch 1 games better is also cool and good, because I have a lot of Switch 1 games I've left unplayed or unfinished because they ran or looked like complete fucking shit. What? Okay. I was expecting something more Donkey Kong related than a vampire, but alright. Why is he pacing? Anyway, I guess we missed some of the plot because I skipped to World 3. Now we're in World 4. It's New Donk City. Okay, those just instantly kill you. Good to know. Hello, Tommy Fists. Yeah. I don't know. Most of the chat seems pretty receptive to the idea. Because the thing is, it's still cheaper than, like, computer hardware stuff. All the computer hardware stuff gets really expensive, as it turns out, because it's fucking computer shit. Of course it would be really expensive. So, like, me being like, chat, can I have a 9070 XT? Do you want to fund a 9070 XT? It's only, like, you know, even more expensive than a Switch 2. And it's like, I don't think I would ever reach that amount. Even a Switch 2, I'm skeptical I would ever hit that. But, something like a new GPU that's better than a 3080 is, a bit of an ask. And also, it's not as mission critical anyway. Like I said, I'm pretty well situated when it comes to the core stuff for streaming right now. Everything's working like it's supposed to. The most annoying thing is just that I don't have, like, a good setup for any remotely modern video games while streaming on the same computer. But that's not, like, a huge concern to my streams. Look at what I'm playing. Now, there's still some more recent-ish video games I would like to stream. Yeah. Like, I would love to stream the Resident Evil remakes. You know, like RE2 Remake, RE3 Remake, Resident Evil 4 Remake, and not have my computer explode. Yeah, I think that'd be pretty neat. But, you know. Wow, man, I keep forgetting about that guy. But, you know, it's just one of those things where it's like, you know, what you get out of it. The rest of it's really just, like, my own personal benefit of, hey, the video games I play off stream will run better. That's pretty cool. I like that. Because, like, generally as far as, like, stream critical stuff goes, I'm kind of, like, I'm kind of fine right now. The only thing I can really think of is just like get a different stream like UI and stuff and a different background and things like that, because I've had the same stuff for like something like 3 or 4 years now. And it would be nice to get something new, but other than that, I can't really think of anything that like the stream needs, and even that's like not like super important. It's just kind of like, yeah, that'd be nice to have. Those are my rambling thoughts on that whole thing. I mean, yeah, I guess Soryu, for some people, that's like that's pretty much the best I can do, other than give like incentives, right? Of I do a thing. But also, I don't know what that thing would be, because the two main ones that come to mind of I would do it for the right amount of money, none of these things I'm mentioning are the right amount of money. 100% Sunshine or Donkey Kong 64 needs to be a lot higher than that. That'd be a lot more money. Am I out of lives? Nope, we got 2 more. Really? I thought you could jump on those guys. What the fuck? Probably just a broken hitbox, but I could swear you could jump on them. Maybe those guys are like slightly different looking and you can't jump on the slightly different looking dino dudes. No, it's just broken. Never mind. When in doubt, when you're playing a game like this, you can make some safe assumptions that the behavior will not be consistent. And sometimes the thing will just not work. Maybe the reason I got hit that time was because it was in the falling state, and maybe something breaks with the hitbox when it's falling. Hey, Hydrogen. Another warp chat. I'm skipping content. There's only one here, though. Is this a troll? No? I guess it's World 5 now? Okay. We were on World 4 before, I think, so we skipped a world. Alright. Wherever the hell this is, we're here now. What a fascinating journey through time and of space. Chat's just enthralled by this. They're like, more please. It's certainly a background choice. I'm gonna be honest, I don't know the order of the bootlegs for this, and some of them seem to have multiple titles. Like, some of them will be the same bootleg, but they'll be called multiple, like the same title, like the same thing. So I don't know what a Donkey Kong 5 is, honestly. Like, there could be 3 of these named Donkey Kong 5 and simultaneously also named Donkey Kong Country 4. Some dude that was almost like a goalie, like a hockey goalie. But anyway, I'm not taking requests on the bootlegs. I have what I have. Okay. I'm very, amazed by this one. Really just goes to show that there are depths of quality in the video game. Apparently you can kill those guys, just not easy to do. Interesting. I keep falling for that. If I hold right, I wouldn't get hit by that. Yeah, apparently they keep using Pokemon pinball music in this. Yeah, not that I would know because I never played it right, but good to know. Hey, Streetwise. So chat, how about that VTuber drama? Oh, that doesn't kill him. That's unfortunate. I guess we'll just keep moving. How about that VTuber drama? Isn't that something? Oh boy. There's a lot going on here. I hope this stage ends soon. These are some frames. Jesus. Oh boy. I did it. Somehow I got through that stage. Like, V-Shoujo's a very small corporation comparatively to any of the other folks. A corporation nonetheless, but they were pretty small time, like, in terms of, like, just scale. They were not particularly large. They're no, like, HoloLive or Niji Sanji in that regard. But yeah, though, I mentioned, like, I made, like, one post about it on Blue Sky. Just remarking that I've always been suspicious of V-Shoujo. And for those who don't know what V-Shoujo is, it's a, or rather was at this point, is a better way of phrasing it. It was a, VTuber talent agency that, that basically, was full of a bunch of the most popular VTubers in the world. Most of them Western VTubers. There were, like, some that were, like, Japanese and stuff, but, like, a good portion of them were just, like, you know, English-speaking VTubers. And it's basically, like, a bunch of really popular people. Like, I think, like, basically every V-Shoujo member had, like, a minimum of 1,000 viewers, to just give you an idea. Like, that was, like, the minimum. They were, like, a kind of agency that was very unorthodox. And is that, like, they never took in, like, small talent. Like, they never took any risks. Like, there was no gambling on, like, any unknowns or, like, smaller streamers or whatever. They even, like, held auditions twice. And, like, all that ever came of that was, like, nobody hearing anything back. And, then, like, somebody who was, like, super popular that had, like, 1,000+ viewers would then join the agency. And that was kind of the thing. So I was always very suspicious of them just on that basis alone, because, they would always just hire, like, the most popular people they could find. And that's not really how agencies traditionally work. They usually have, like, their they have, like, their safer, better money makers. I just ate my input. And then, you know, you would gamble on some smaller, more unknown people, because you could make an immense amount of money off of them if you did that, right? Like, if they blew up and they did really well. Because you'd be, you know, in theory, you'd make a lot less money off of more established people that you're trying to bring in, because they would have a lot more leverage and stuff like that to negotiate a better deal, contract, and stuff like that. That's just how that business works, unfortunately, right? So I was always really suspicious of them, just because I'm like, okay, so, like, what value are you providing to anyone? Right? Like those types of things need to have some kind of purpose and objective and value behind them, and that particular group never really had any indication of that to me. So I was always very suspicious. So when it all came out that like, you know, certain people at the top of that group, like the corporation or whatever, the CEO and whoever else, stole like $500,000 from a charity and also wasn't paying their people, I wasn't the most shocked. So I guess, like, the way that you would make money in context of that is you steal, right? Like, you steal money. Like, that's kind of how that goes. See, I found that interesting. So it's, like, dismantled now. Like, as far as I know, every single person in the agency, as far as the talent goes, is, like, left. And apparently the CEO also dipped. Or whatever. There's some, like, really weird context to stuff like VShojo with, like, the previous owner or whatever, or the current owner, I don't fucking know. Is Motendu, which is, like, a meme guy. Like, he's a guy who made really, really popular meme videos that you probably saw at some point or another. Like, they have literally, like, several millions of views on YouTube. And he, like, became the owner of VShojo. Like, he founded it. And then he left, like, a month ago. It's a very weird world that we live in, chat. It's a very weird world that we live in. Very strange indeed. Just moving my big mug out of the way. How'd I get hit? I am not fully convinced there will be real consequences to the people who stole money, because that's just the world we live in. A lot of the times people do get away with it. Not always. But a lot of the times I feel it just feels like a lot of people just get away with it. So I'm not exactly particularly hopeful there's a proper resolution to this. But we will see, I suppose, how that goes. This level's sure shit, huh? This is really rough. You know, unlike the rest of this game, which is a pristine, polished gem. Yeah, that's pretty much all I had to say on it. Interesting. Unfortunate for people involved who got swindled. I was right at the end of that. Hey, Vixen. Thanks for the 69 bits. You got away with it. I'm gonna have to make a mental note to change the threshold for, like, TTS on bit stuff or whatever. Because I think it should be a bit higher than that. Maybe, like, 10. Because, again, I set all that stuff, like, 3 years ago or whatever. See, I'd probably put it, like, a minimum of, like, 10 bits or something. I think it's like set at like 100, and that might just be the defaults or whatever. Appreciated though, thank you. Oh, Neon Harper. Yeah, Blue Diddy is real. And so is this game, unfortunately. It's not official, but it's real. And it can harm you. I've not been making much progress on this particular level. Maybe I should try getting... No, I was gonna... Yeah, I mean, you try and get Donkey Kong, then stuff like that happens. Yeah, maybe you can do it if you're just really quick. But then it eats my input and I die. It's cool. A lot of inputs get eaten in this one. Too bad the retro achievements aren't working, but I can't be asked to try and track down the correct, precise hash version of this game that retro achievements wants. Ugh. If only Dixie were in this. So does he ever move? I don't think this jump is possible. I think I have to do it from the bottom. Yeah. Hey, we did it. Why did it make the Pokemon sound? So, did I beat it? I used warps for the record, for those who are just coming in. I didn't actually do all the levels. Apparently I beat it. I'm amazed I managed to do that. But did I really beat it if I didn't do every level? Thank you for the giant emote, sorry. I didn't get any Chivos for my amazing victory, though.
Thank you, Goku.
Yes, thank you, Goku, but I am a little upset that I didn't get any Chivos for my efforts. But yeah, Donkey Kong did the things. The world resumed livingness. It's true. Well... No, there is an achievement set for this, Soryu. It's just that it doesn't have the right hash, so it won't work. It has to be a hyper-specific version of the bootleg. And I couldn't be asked, so I didn't. Alright. Alright. We gotta do another game. Now, I might have more here than I think, but they all have very stupid names that make no sense, and some of these, like I said, these bootlegs have like 4 different titles for being the same thing. So it's kind of hard to keep track of it sometimes. But I think I have a pretty solid idea of what I'm going to be doing next. I already have another game. This is a bit of a strange one. And this one definitely does not have retro achievements. Let me see. Thinking here of how to approach this. Yeah, we'll give it a go. I might actually change the overlay for this one. Because this has no achievements anyway, so you may as well just, like, take advantage of the full screen here. I am of the opinion that what I am about to show to you all is stranger than the previous two games. Hopefully it streams okay. It should. It should. It just might be a little weird to get the capture going at first. It also keeps insisting on being full screen. Okay, it is there, but I can't do anything because it's fucking needs to be windowed. There we go. All right. And now it's not capturing, so I have to capture a window. And can I find the window? What are you called? Do you have a name? Yeah, that's cool and all. I would like people to see the game, though. Man, DOSBox. Please. Why can't I find it? Like, it says, like, select window, and I don't fucking see anything. You're just hearing a bunch of shit. There it is, finally. Jesus. Okay, now I have to, like, get rid of this crop. There. God damn, it took forever. Okay, I'm gonna restart. I'm gonna restart this. Alt F4 does not work on this, really? Okay. I'm gonna boot it again. It'll probably go full screen again, but then I can make it go windowed. Yeah, I said DOSBox. Hey, can this game launch again, please? That'd be pretty cool. Launch. Boot. Do the thing. Yeah, so it won't capture from that, or will it? Whatever. We'll do it this way. We'll do it this way, and it better fucking work. There we go, finally. Sorry about that. This is King Kong 10. You know him well. I don't know what these mean, so we're just gonna push buttons. We'll take one at the top. It's him, Donkey Kong. This was released in 1996, apparently, on the 1st of January. Well, that's too bad. -1. Numbers. It's jams. It's got hot jams. All right, it looped. I don't know the controls, by the way. We're gonna figure out together what the controls are. I don't know how to jump. I am pushing all buttons on everything now. There, that does something apparently. I don't know what. That's a pause, I think. Yeah, that's a pause. Okay, so P's for pause. Okay. Okay, control does something. Like a spin. You'd think spacebar would do something. That does something, okay. Numpad, maybe? The numpad does work. But nothing has done jump. Oh! Jump is right shift. I guess that kind of makes sense. Okay. I guess this works. It's not the most comfortable, but basically my hands are extremely close to each other on this version of my keyboard. No jumping on them? Do I have to spin? I lost a life. Woo! We're getting keys. Okay, that kills them. Why do you suppose there's just places to dunk? It does do something. It's like doing a dunking maneuver there. Doesn't seem to care, though. Yeah, I'll be sure to learn Mandarin real quick. Oh, you can get another input. It does something. I don't know what that does, but you can press jump twice and it does an extra thing. Oh, okay. That's how you dunk. It's King Kong 10. How do you not know about King Kong 10? So what do you think? I don't know who said it earlier, but someone's like, surely nothing be more strange than the definitive edition. How are you feeling about that now? Okay. 0 lives. Where are the other 9? I don't know. God damn. How do I select it? I'm pressing the normal buttons. And it won't let me... Is it a time-based thing? Maybe it's just a time-based thing. Fuck. I really should just spin those guys out. I should emphasize this control scheme is not the best. It's a bit awkward, to say the least. That, like, what is that? Oh. It's like invincibility or some shit? in Mars. Yeah, we ballin'. That attack is sure not very good, huh? You gotta make sure that you're committed. I don't really know what the point of doing the dunks are. Like, what incentive do I get? I just get, like, a little bit of score? Why should I be dunking? Oh, I guess, like, power-ups show up, like, sometimes, but not always. That looks like a different one. Yeah, I guess you just have to sit here until it decides you can leave and continue. Number must go up. Are you a CEO? Cool. Is that like a all-screen attack? How does one find this game? There's a couple different ways. ExoDOS is what I have. And it included this. Fuck! I didn't think he would come back. This game's challenging. That's kind of a thing that happens with a lot of these weird bootleg kind of games. Is they all tend to have that commonality of being really difficult. Apparently Sticky Keys doesn't like me right now. Do you know what's something I find really fascinating about Sticky Keys, chat? Is that it is the most useless fucking feature on Windows, and always has been, in my opinion. Most useless fucking feature. You can disable sticky keys as many times as you want, and it never actually gets disabled. And if it does get disabled, it's only temporary. Like, for whatever reason, Windows, even back in, like, the days of, like, Windows 7 and stuff, is really dead set on always having sticky keys enabled. It is the weirdest shit. I don't know why they are so dead set on that feature always being enabled. There's probably a way to disable it, like, through some of the software I've used. Like, Arrow Tweaker probably has something in there for it. I should probably actually look at that. Finally beat a stage. That's a transition. There's so many levels, so much quality and content to be found. I wonder if every stage looks like this, or if it's just the first world or whatever. Hey, I didn't get the thing. Oh well. Guess there's 2 routes here. We got a ambitious stage here. Multiple routes. I still don't know what keys do. The crowd loves it. Where is... Is that ever gonna, like, go to the next screen? Do you just have to keep mashing buttons till it happens? I'm looking at Win Arrow Tweaker at the moment just to see if I can fucking turn off sticky keys. No, doesn't seem to have that as a feature in it. That's unfortunate. Apparently I have to push some kind of a button. It's just on a massive delay. Can't tell you which one it is, though. I guess it's the enter key. It's just that it doesn't work right away, and it takes time before it actually lets you leave. Sticky keys needs to fuck off. I'm gonna pause the game. If I'm gonna vainly try and disable it. I'm turning everything to off. I'm sure that Windows would turn it back on in 5 minutes. No, they haven't. Sticky keys is fucking useless. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. Oh, that's new. This is also another first for this stream. This is the first time I've ever streamed a DOS game. You're getting all kinds of firsts today, chat. Thanks to Bootlegs being on multiple consoles and systems. I don't think you're meant to go that way. I don't think it's possible to get through that. I don't actually remember. I think I discovered sticky keys very, very early, and I don't really have any, like, direct memories associated with sticky keys other than me wanting it to stop existing forever. Oh, okay. There's just another guy there, or he respawned. I'm not sure which. Cool. Did you know that a lot of these games are really difficult? I'm sure someone out there is the King Kong 10 master, though. Somebody out there in the world. Oh, you can climb this. Okay. I'm sure someone out there has got this all figured out. So apparently that just stops time. So you can dunk and stop time. Good to know. Become the dunk master. Sure is cool when you die in one single hit. Hello, Uno Squid. Welcome on in. I don't know if we're jamming, but we're slamming. Can I ever hit this? What? Why won't this work? Hey, Sonata. Yeah, you're seeing something. A video game allegedly made by people. It's also pretty ergonomically uncomfortable to play this. So I don't know if I'm going to be playing this one for very long. Fuck. I guess if I was really advanced in my DOS box experience, of which I am not at all, I would like map this to something else, or I would make it work on a controller with like something like Joy to Key or whatever. What? Oh, okay. So apparently that's a projectile, and you can use that. That might help some stuff, maybe. Can't get rid of that, though. We're learning new tech. We're learning about ways we can be amazing and powerful and awesome at this game. Fuck. Man, these controls are something. Super speed. Oh my gosh, we got the super speedy shoes. This is a nightmare. Why didn't that kill him? What? I mean, this is a Chinese game. So, especially of this time period, expect everything to be stolen from somewhere. Almost exclusively. It's just kind of how it was. Man, I'm getting nowhere in this game. I think if nothing else, because of how ergonomically terrible it is, I'm probably not going to get anywhere in it. That'd be my guess. Like, I'm probably not going to get past this level. So we're probably not going to end up seeing much of this game. Unfortunately. I don't know why that won't kill him. Is he, like, has some special superpower to be invincible to that? Or is the hitbox just that broken? Could be both. Who knows? I don't know why I'm collecting these keys when I don't think they actually do anything. Wow, this sure is working well. Oh God. Oh boy. This one's something. Yeah, I don't think many people are getting far in this one, not without at least changing the control scheme. So that does make you invincible, but much like all of the other games we've played today, all of the ones that give you invincibility will not let you kill any of the enemies. It just makes it so you don't take damage. Very interesting that they all came to that same conclusion on their own. I guess that's how you're meant to get past this. Otherwise, it seems impossible to get through that. So I guess that's what they thought. Oh boy. Yeah, I think if nothing else, because this is an ergonomic nightmare, and in fairness, it probably works better on a full-size keyboard like it was intended to be used on. My keyboard's one of the weirder ones. It's, I forget what dumb percentage it has, but it's one where some of the keys are shrunk down a lot, and they're all next to each other with no spaces, so, like, I don't have any spaces between right control and right shift, with the arrow keys. So it's all, like, literally right next to each other, so I'm, like, pushing, like, all those buttons, like, right next to each other with both my fingers, or hands, rather. That's the deal with that. Anyway, that one's a nightmare, huh? Well, I hope you enjoyed that one. Yeah, we're done with that. We're done with King Kong 10. No more King Kong 10. That's enough of that. I'm going to go back to this screen. I'm going to take a short break, and I will return with more Donkey Kong. There are a few more bootlegs left that I can show off. Some of you have seen these before, but not all of you. So let me say that you've probably seen this before, but it's still good. It's still interesting. So I'm gonna pull it up. And then you can decide for yourself if this is a good enough bootleg, okay? Just bear with me while my shit gets rejiggered, because all these games are on different platforms and have their own shit. You know, everything's got its own crops, its own aspect ratios, its own capture method sometimes. So, here we are. Okay. Please capture. I am begging you, please capture. Thank you. Some of you have seen this before. This is what I call an official bootleg. I'm stretching the definition a little bit today, okay? Let's go with save 2. Start a fresh file. This is Donkey Kong Country on the Game Boy Color. I would definitely describe this as an official bootleg. It is fascinating. I'm also kind of curious how this plays comparatively, right? To, like, the shit that I just went through. Like, that part I'm really interested. There's some, like, you can jump roll in this. You can jump roll, and that's something. Yeah, I'm memeing a little bit here. How's the volume levels on this one, by the way? Is it okay? Like, I'm stretching the definition a bit. I'm memeing it up a little bit, okay? Like I said, I know that there's gonna be more bootlegs out there than this, but I just didn't have the time to track down even more. Sounds good? Okay. Just didn't want it to be too loud or too quiet. But these games are often, you wanna... Why is this green? You often want to have these... I guess they don't have the thing here. Or maybe it expired. I don't know how much of this I'll play. Maybe it'll be a full playthrough. Who fucking knows? Oh, right. I don't have retro achievements on. Fuck. I want to have the retro achievements. I want to get free Chivos. Apparently I'm in soft core mode. Because, oh right, because that thing broke. I love computers. One moment. Yeah, whatever, reset it. I don't give a fuck. I didn't, like, get that far anyway. I barely got anywhere into it, so let's just redo it. Why isn't Diddy blue? It's a good question. I don't have an answer. I guess this screen is kind of random, huh? You get like a different one sometimes. I do really like though that I wanna race one of these. And race that one, the number one. Yes, I am sure. I'm sure of racing my sins. Yeah, we'll just quickly go through this again. I did do a full playthrough of this like 2 or 3 years ago, but that was when like 5 people were watching me at most, and even then, that's a bit of a stretch. Okay, he just can't get up there because he's not Diddy Kong. At least they kept that canonical. Oh shit, not doing as well this time. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Please.
Oblivion Bird. Donated 10.
Oblivion Bird, thank you for donating 10. Wow, all those 1-ups were just gone. Hey, Schweer. Donkey Kong Land? Wow, yeah. I mean, obviously people bought those games, right? Yeah, Donkey Kong Land. That's an interesting one. That's really an interesting entry, I gotta say. They don't quite make them like that anymore. I don't really care about the Animal Cracker. I wonder if there's gonna be a balloon up here this time. Nope. I guess they just removed that in this. Alright. Back to where we started. Or left off, rather. I would say that this controls notably better than the bootlegs we tried today. I'm reasonably confident in this, that this controls a lot better. Now, does this control as good as the Super Nintendo version? Hell no. Fucking no. Not even close. No comparison. But it is, at all playable. This is at all consistent and at all playable. And that's an upgrade. It's just a fascinating version of the game, right? That's kind of what I think of when I think of this game. Is it's fascinating, like, why do you exist, right? That's what I often think of when I have played this game and think about this version of the game. I'm like, why are you here? Like, were we really that desperate for a portable Donkey Kong Country game? And I guess with Land existing, maybe people were. Maybe people were that obsessed and just really, really wanting some portable version. Yeah, why do you exist, chat? Why do I exist, huh? Yeah, like, there's all kinds of questions we can ask. Many existential questions that don't always have satisfying answers. Apparently they have achievements for getting all the Kong letters. They seem to have that in a lot of these. What does Cranky's cabin look like? The same. Okay. Just all 8-bit. Oh, you know, he's actually saying some pretty funny things here. Wait, is this like, oh no, it can't be the demo version because, apparently there's some, like, demo version of this. But this is the full version because the retro achievements are primed, so. Those, Kremlins are looking real crusty. Gotta say. They changed the location of this bonus. Yeah, the human need for Monkey on the Go. Do you have thoughts on the Great Ape War? Not in particular. I do think that it was unfortunate that Dixie Kong died between Donkey Kong Country 3 and 64 in the timeline. I think that's terrible that she died. But it is good to know that she was resurrected for Bonanza. Like, it's good that they, like, did the dark ritual to bring her back. Because, you know, that's why Tiny Kong was in, replacing Dixie Kong for 64. Like, that's why Dixie wasn't there and Tiny Kong took her place, because Dixie did die in the Great Ape War. Wasn't she in, like, Diddy Kong Racing DS? That was before, the events of Donkey Kong 64. You gotta get your canon right. You gotta get your timeline correct. Kong. I do like how fast everything loads. Cartridge-based stuff was always, really awesome for that. It's just how quick it all is. And I do like their little bubbles. Well, just to make sure that you know it's underwater. Gotta include that. Did I see what they did to Tiny? Not particular. No, I can't say I have. Yeah, it was very gruesome indeed. Oh yeah, absolutely. I like how On Guard just instantly goes away. You can't, like, pick him up again or anything like the original. He just immediately is gone forever. There's another one coming up here, though, if it's the same as the original. I only went through this once, like I said, probably 2 or 3 years ago at this point. I think that they do it, from what I recall, they are reasonably faithful. Yeah, like, like, there's differences, but they generally got the levels the same. Yeah, like, I really question the existence. I said I'm not getting letters. I question the existence of this version, this, like, weird remake thing. Port, I don't know what you would call it. See, when I think of port, I think, like, the very technical term of it's literally the same game being moved over to another platform, right? But that's not what these are. That's not what the Game Boy Advance versions are. It's not what this is. These are, like, just complete remakes, right? They're just trying to be like the original, but they are, like, rebuilt from the ground up. Like, a lot of people don't know that about the Game Boy Advance ones, but those are actually remakes. They didn't even have any of the original assets. So, like, they had to rebuild it all. I was just drinking. Having some liquids. Yeah, this one in particular is very much a demake. Oh wow, you cannot get up there normally, huh? Okay. You have to do some dark rituals or be Diddy Kong to get up there. Should have tried Diddy. Yeah, people have mentioned it before, and I have been considering doing, like, a marathon of sorts every month. Playing through the Donkey Kong Country Super Nintendo trilogy. It's something I've considered. I'd be more open to it when I can, kind of lock down those games a bit more. Like, my times aren't terrible as a whole, but there's a lot of improvement to be made, and I would like to just be a little bit better at all 3 of those games. Because currently the only one that I'm, like, actually, like, really good at is the first one. The sequels, I'm lacking. Okay, that was my fault. That was just completely my fault. The sequels, I'm lacking. I have a lot of room for improvement in 2 and 3, especially 3. So I feel like I need to go through a bit of a training arc before I feel a little bit more comfortable committing to any sort of concept. Like, I play a series of games every month sort of deal in one stream. There's been a lot of stuff with games lately where, in part, but not entirely, but in part because retro achievements have been a fun little thing for me to do on stream, and some of it off stream. That it's kind of reignited a bit of my drive for getting better at games, especially certain games that I've had for a while, or games that I like, but just I feel like there's a lot of room for improvement. And I'm kind of getting a little more of that motivation lately to do that. And one of those is in the Resident Evil games, especially Resident Evil 2 lately has been kind of my main target, right? I really am kind of tempted to go and get that achievement since I'm so close. Which level was I missing it in? Was it this one? They have different colors, so I guess that it might tell you that way. I think it was Ropey Rampage where I didn't... Or was it... Which ones? Let me look. Well, I think if they're red, that means they're done. I don't know if it counts the Kong letters in this, though. Maybe it was this one I didn't get all the letters. Because I wouldn't mind getting just this achievement since I'm only missing all the letters in one stage. So let me just quickly go through this one again while I'm here. Couldn't hurt to get more lives anyway. So yeah, like Resident Evil 2 has been one of those for sure, where I've been really locking in on trying to get really good at Resident Evil 2, just because it's a game that I want to get better at. And the retro achievements has been a very good excuse for that, right? A good constructive way to get better at like some games. And yeah, it's been a good time. These tires are so weird. The tire physics are so bizarre in this version. I hope this is the right level to get all the letters on. Kong. Yeah, it was. Okay, so we got that Chivo. I just wanted to get that while I was here. Candy's challenge. This is her challenge shack. Jump into her nice spin barrel. Some form of gambling. Okay. No rhythm minigame. They made that for the GBA remakes. Well, the first one. They do have the fishing minigame, apparently. The fishing minigame was apparently made for this version. And it's even worse. It's this red jumbo barrel. Major bummer. I don't know when the fishing minigame comes up. Could be its own menu. Because otherwise it's the same. What is this here? What is this about? Return to island map. That's new. Huh. I would say it's actually an improvement in terms of quality of life. Just that one little feature, right? How do you save it? I guess it auto-saves is what this game does, because it was showing the percentage on the reset. So I guess there's no save menu. This game just auto-saves. That's interesting. Because even the GBA remake had like a manual save. Wow, it's so three-dimensional. Do 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 do. Somehow I got hit there. But yeah. This is a video game that you can play on your Game Boy Color. Winky, wow, you look really like you don't belong in this game. They really, really debuffed Winky here in terms of his appearance. Hello, Blue, welcome on in. Oh, shit. Okay. Sure. You know what I'm gonna do, chat? Because this is such a shrunken down screen. Because it's a Game Boy Color game. I am gonna adjust my model. I'm too tiny for a screen like this. We need to fix this. We need to make me bigger. I need to become more powerful. We'll give the Fumo a bit of room here. But we got all this space not being used. There we go. That's a little better. Hello, Seahorse. No. You're not really at the end. I'm just past the actual real, like, unlicensed bootlegs at this point. I have gone through the unlicensed bootlegs that I currently have working. So now I'm into the official bootlegs, like Game Boy Color Donkey Kong Country. I'm beaming it up a bit, but this is essentially a pretty bootleg way to play this video game in an official capacity. So I'm kind of joking and memeing a little bit, but yeah, I did play like 2.5 hours of some extremely rancid games, and I actually beat one of them. I beat the Donkey Kong Country 4 through Space and of Time, I think is what the title is. I beat that. Oh, damn. I had used warps, mind you, but I did beat it. The other two were absolutely impossible, though. The NES Jungle Book one was a little overbearing. I think if I practiced it enough or whatever, or just threw myself at it long enough, I would get it, but that one ended up being a lot of just doing the same level over and over again. And then I played a DOS game for the first time on this stream. I played a DOS game called King Kong 10. And that game was completely inscrutable and had, like, an incredibly uncomfortable control scheme. Especially for, like, a modern keyboard that, like, isn't a full size. So that one ended up being kind of an ergonomic nightmare, and I had to move on. These rails are looking not particularly colored correctly. Maybe they had some extreme limitations they were working with the color palette. This is basically the same level. Doesn't control the same, mind you, but it is the same level, essentially. Like, there's not anything different about this, from what I can tell, other than, like, maybe some very minor differences in spacing or enemy placement. I might still die at the end of this, though. Close calls, that's for sure. Okay, that's different. Uh-huh. So, the Kremlin there is supposed to come at you at a very high speed toward the end of that stage. And a lot sooner than that. In this version, they decided to make him move at a very slow pace and only at the very end. So I got duped. I fell for the trick. I fell for the evil trick. Oh, that's not good. Now I have to make sure I get this right. Okay, we got it. Maybe to compensate for screen crush, I'm not sure. Do 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 do. Like, you could do worse. We've played worse today. This is just an enigma, though. The demand for portable gaming, no matter the cost. Oh, they changed this. You did not have Winky in here before. That's interesting. I'm gonna find it really funny if, like, some people are gonna be coming in and being like, this isn't a bootleg. This is an official version. And I'm like, yeah, you're right. But also memes. In spirit, it is a bootleg. Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna be able to get all the letters on this stage. No, because I fucked it up. It might respawn. Hold on, let me check. Yeah, okay, it respawns. We can do it. Unlike Donkey Kong Country 4, a journey through time and of space. Oh, come on. This version does not have a timer. This game does not have a timer. So we can take our time, even if it's tricky. Yeah, I remember you telling me that it was your first version you played. It's, you could do worse. You could be playing Donkey Kong Land. There is worse. And I can't, like, there is a possibility I also play some of Donkey Kong Land. That is possible. I could pull that out as well. Some of this is really different. Like the zingers with their patterns and movement is like completely different. So I had to really make sure. Well, I guess you kind of need to keep Winky for that. The tire physics are not the greatest in this version. Too bad. Does it still have the warp? They do still have the warp. That's funny. Jesus, these fucking barrels are huge. Alright, we should, why is Cranky's cabin here? What the fuck? It's supposed to be after the next level. We'll do the level properly. The biggest stop-and-go barrels I have ever seen. Chat's no longer amused. They're like, where are the real bootlegs now? You started stream early. I was told there would be bootlegs here. Probably the most dire it gets as far as official bootlegs go for Donkey Kong is the fucking Donkey Kong Land. I'm not quite ready to whip that out, but I'm probably gonna do it. Yeah, it wasn't... The surgery ended up being, like, pretty minor comparatively. Ended up being a lot less bad is what I was expecting. You're drowning in the nostalgia, I see. So here's where the game gets extremely funny. I don't know if Seahorse is still watching, but if you're still watching Seahorse, you should be paying attention to this level because you're gonna see the funniest shit ever. There's like a thing that there's like a sprite choice that they made in this that is astoundingly like good. It is like the funniest shit I've ever seen. It's a real showstopper. I just got to get this letter first. Oh, they don't let you take it again. That's rude. You can't re-enter the bonus. Okay. Well, I guess we'll do that another time. Look at this motherfucker. Isn't that just amazing? That's not what they look like on the Super Nintendo, by the way. They don't look like this in any other version. They're supposed to be in the center. It's amazing. Video games have never been so good. And slow down. We're spelling out rare. Very slowly spelling out rare. Video games, they're alright. They're pretty cool. Guess I'm not getting that bonus. Yes, I'm pretty sure you're correct. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's in Donkey Kong Land. If we play some of that today, you'll get that confirmation. Yeah, on. Ong. Just like Ong from The Last Airbender. Not Aang, it's Ong. Oop. Ugh. Candy's challenge. What amazing challenge do you have for me? Okay, this is a choice. Which one do I want? Do I want the zinger or do I want the weird-looking thing? I guess I don't want the zinger. I want the weird creepy face. Damn, this is hard. There's some very specific timing on this, but what does that represent? There we go, got it. Apparently that's like a bonus coin or something. Donkey Kong does not look pleasant front-facing like that. Don't do that again, Donkey Kong. Okay, Necky's nuts. It's time. It's time for Necky's nuts. He's so necky and nutty. Back face of the coin was bananas? Indeed it was. But why was the front face of the coin that weird thing? Can you explain that? Why did it look so strange? I like how he immediately goes down. Well, the real question you should be having, chat, is why are there coins in Donkey Kong Country 1 at all? There are not supposed to be any. They didn't introduce that until the sequel. I think they got rid of that warp. Oh, Jesus. Every other version of this never had that warp. Why do they have medals, then? Huh? Think about that. Medals weren't a thing, either. It's not canonical. It's a bootleg fake Donkey Kong Country. Really? I wasn't even pressing the roll. I was holding down the run button. Why did you do that, Diddy? Why did you throw yourself? Oh. Diddy, you're disappointing me. You gotta do better than that, man. Yeah, Diddy, you disappoint me. You were like a god in the first Donkey Kong Country. You were the chosen one. To be a Kong god. Oh, to be so powerful and free. You know, like with a lot of things, though, aspects of this game probably look better on the intended system. It wouldn't magically make this game look incredible or anything like that, but I do have an analog pocket, and with like a Game Boy Color screen filter, you basically get like what the intended look of those games are with an extra bit of juice as well. And they tend to look pretty nice, all things considered, with the right form factor, the right size of the screen, and so on. This is a bit rough. As like it is with all these types of games, the physics are all fucked up and like completely wrong. If I burped, I apologize. There's like the barrels in particular are pretty messed up in this one, so it's pretty hard to get a gauge on what I'm supposed to be doing with the physics here. Yeah, that's kind of what it seems to come down to, isn't it? This was the only way I could play Donkey Kong Country. But were you really playing Donkey Kong Country? Or were you playing something that was wearing its skin? You were playing something fake. You were playing something evil and dark and sinister. It said it was Donkey Kong, but was it really? You took a trip to the wrong country, that's right. I almost died. Scary. I'm glad to have put that imagery into your brain. Why did they get rid of the warp? Why are they so sick and twisted? Everything went wrong with this version, and they used this as the base for GBA Donkey Kong Country. I have a feeling that's what happened, because this is all consistent behavior. The warps are gone in the same spots. Why are they like this? What's wrong with them? Doot, 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 doot. This is a rendition of the song that you can have. Give it some credit for keeping the jump roll. I mean, I guess. I mean, it's way better than the other shit we were playing today, I can tell you that much. God forbid you let me change my trajectory when I get shot out of that barrel. Asking too much. Yeah, that'd be cool. It'd be nice if they had done that. Probably not enough channels or anything, though, to do anything special or exciting like that. This needs to evidently be completely precise, which is a little absurd. I do kind of recall this being the case, though, that, like, this is, like, the point where some of these levels just get completely fucked up. God damn it. Get completely fucked up, and, they just ask of you the most absurd shit. Takes up a ton of memory, I see. Like, these other barrels weren't that precise, but this one, for some reason, is like, no, I demand perfection. Like, I'm really right next to the barrel. Come on, dude, just put me in it. You don't need to be that precise. This game needs to chill the fuck out. It's okay. Everyone will survive. If you would just have a barrel that is like these other ones, where it has a slight amount of wiggle room, like so. It's okay if the barrels do that. They don't all have to be crazy like this. Sure. Oh yeah, Pokemon Yellow, that's true. I've beaten Pokemon Yellow. I've done that. Not on stream, but I've done that. Okay, so I'm past that part. Can I be free is the question. Can I seal the deal? I didn't know you could skip that. What? Wait. What? This is new. This isn't here before. What? That's a new one. My God. Cog. Well, I got through the level. You regretted removing Pikachu? Yeah, I bet you did. You should have kept your Pikachu for all time. Wow, this is that... Okay, I was wondering if it was going to come back. I don't remember the game letting you do that, personally. I thought that they might have meant, like, maybe you can do it, like, between players or something. He just didn't feel like getting on the rope that time. always seemed to be like the Pikachu part was like hard-coded into it. Where you always have to have the Pikachu no matter what. But I'm not an expert on Pokemon. I'm no Poke expert. Wow, those ropes are spaced out completely differently. Hitbox in that K is also pretty questionable. What do you suppose Donkey Kong does in the pink void? Like, you notice that we're in a pink void? What do you suppose is going on here? Where are we? Why are those bananas green? Why aren't they ripe? What's going on in this country? Scary. The zingers aren't the same. Oh no, Chunky died. I sure hope nobody else informs me of this terrible thing that happened to Chunky. That'd be a shame. Please, no news about celebrity deaths in my chat. We don't want to kill the vibe. Don't want to kill the vibe by letting people know Chunky died. Or making the streamer sad that Chunky's dead. We're only about the good vibes here. Okay, I really need to not go that way. They completely changed all that, so it's like you have to memorize a whole new thing. He's Chunky Salsa now. Oh no! No! Oh, you can do that. That's interesting. That's some interesting rope physics nonsense you can do. That actually might make it a little easier in some ways. Wasn't expecting that to be something you could get away with. Kong. Now here are a bunch of vultures. Well, actually less of them. Did you know there was a secret down here? Well, now you do. That's rude. I'm gonna get rid of these guys. Wait, did it despawn the other barrel? It did, motherfuckers. So you can't get that bonus now. I don't know how the fuck you're even able to get it. Because, like, it seemed like it was impossible to get over that Kremling. Maybe they changed its location. Anyway, now it's Temple Tempest. It's blue for some reason. They made it blue. It's like, I guess it's supposed to be nighttime now. They changed it to be a nighttime stage. You better watch out. There's that teeny tiny naughty on a wheel coming after you. Is Espresso not in this version? Actually, wait, we'll find out. He'll be here. Oh, he's here. Okay. He's looking really different in some ways, but he's here. Wow, they made him fly really slowly. Holy shit. They nerfed the shit out of this buddy. What the... Why are you so shit? Espresso's, like, useless. He's basically just there to get you killed now. Astounding. I completely forgot how they gutted him. Or her? I don't know. I don't know the gender of that ostrich. I know nothing of its identity. Yeah, now on decaf, that's right. Are you guys impressed by this Donkey Kong Country Game Boy Color game? You better be. It's something. It sure is something. This is your compromised video game. This is what happens when the streamer doesn't have a Switch 2 with, with Donkey Kong Bonanza. You get dire consequences. You know what I think might be a funny thing to do, though? Is just like I would have to look at it in more detail. Fuck. Wow, the physics on the tires are just so bad in this. I would have to look at it in more detail to really see if it's like the correct idea. But there would be something absolutely deranged and just very funny. Even if it is at my own expense and suffering. Would be very funny to just get a mastery on all of these fucking games for retro achievements. I don't know, to be clear, I don't think that's necessarily the best idea that a human being could have. I am the kind of person who could do it, though. And, like, maybe the play for that is like, because it makes it kind of funny, is I could be like, yeah, I'll do that if you reach this goal to give me a Switch 2 with Donkey Kong Bonanza on it. If we reach that goal, then I will get a mastery in all of these games on retro achievements. Utterly deranged. Again, I would have to look into it. And also, it'd be something that chat would have to be interested in. And to be honest, I don't think I would reach that goal. I don't think that would be a goal that would be reached. I'm just being real. I don't think that's happening. I do think it's a funny idea. At least, you know, on the surface, but, you know, just getting, like, retro achievements, like, mastery in, like, every fucking, Donkey Kong Country, adjacent game is funny. To be clear, I'm talking about, like, this game and, like, the land games, and, then I guess there is, like, the fucking Super Nintendo ones, but I already got the mastery in the first one. And even the mastery on the competition edition hack. It sure does have 2 games at the moment, Rio. You are right about that. It does play Switch 1 games better, though. Drastically better. And I have a lot of Switch 1 games. But again, I'm not chomping at the bit. I'm not that deeply invested. I just think it's a kind of a funny idea. I would get more enrichment and practicality and use out of getting a better GPU than I would a Switch 2 at the moment. But also, that's a lot more money. Substantially more money. But Switch 2 is expensive. The games are expensive. But a fucking GPU is, a lot more money. These are just merely musings and ideas from me, the streamer, not, commitments to ideas here. I would have to give things a bit more thought. There's like a shitload of bonuses in this stage, by the way. Like so many that it's just a massive chore to get them all. God damn it, I walked right into that. Swam right into it, rather. Oh yeah, do they have On Guard in this? They probably don't. They probably didn't know it was there. Oh, they do. Okay. I guess it's because the letter K is there, so they had to know on that basis. On Guard moves way faster in this. At least under, vertically, he moves faster. Kind of wild how fast this, swordfish can move. Fuck. Well, there he goes. He's gone now. I am curious, though, on this reasoning, this line of thinking. What makes Mario Kart World not a game? Is it because it's bundled in with the system? Because that's a temporary thing. And it's not all of the stock, it's just most of it. According to Nintendo, Mario Kart World is a limited time bundle. And then after that, it is the world's most expensive video game. At least for, you know, for retail. Which is certainly a bold move. I've heard, like, different opinions on Mario Kart World, as you always do with big, hot, new, high-profile video game releases. I've heard some interesting things. I've heard, like, a decent number of people that just will say Mario Kart 8 Deluxe is better, especially with, like, the DLC they added. A fair number of folks are ready to go to bat for that. And they're like, yeah, no, I think the previous game's still better. And, here's this guy. They made him move a lot slower. So far. Oh, he's speeding up a little bit. Well, he just completely changed his trajectory. But, you know, I would say Mario Kart World is a video game by every definition. Oh, well, just because you don't care for it doesn't mean it's not a video game. Just because a game is bad or you know, not to someone's interest doesn't mean it's not a video game that people can play that counts as being a video game. This wasp thing is angry. It's pissed. But I beat it. Yeah, I was actually kind of wondering if they're going to do that, but they didn't do anything like that for the other bosses, so I kind of figured it'd be exactly the same. It's snow time. It's winter now. Wow, they really changed the music for this. Yeah, my immediate interest for Switch 2. Yeah, it's just the Ice Caves chant song. It's a choice. Oh yes, they still have this in here. I just did it on accident. I have a full Switch. I don't like using it anymore, though, because it's so obviously just immensely aged. And every game on it that's come out in the past few years has just run like shit in some way or another. There's like always some kind of performance problem or some shit. Gets tiresome. It's ancient hardware. As you can tell, much like in the original game, this is the big difficulty spike, but for this, it's a completely different reason. It will. On a long enough time frame, Matobi, it will. And there's always going to be ports, too, that are just not practical. That people will keep doing. Because the Switch 2 is not, like, the all-powerful god console. There are games you could put on it today that would run badly on it. And they're going to do it. Like, people are going to try to do that. And they're going to run badly. And then people are going to be like, wow, you sure made a portable version of this game that runs badly. Great job. And then everybody claps. But now, I'm a very patient person when it comes to, like, video game console stuff, especially. I don't, like, have FOMO or anything. Like, yeah, I want to play Donkey Kong Bonanza. I'm sure I'd have a great time. But, like, I don't want to pay for it. That's basically what it comes down to, is I don't want to pay for it. Nintendo, like, my kind of thoughts and feelings on Nintendo boil down to, yeah, you sure can go fuck yourselves. I'm not paying that. And that's basically what that comes down to. It's a pretty simple concept for me. But, you know, if somebody like you, the viewer at home or at work or whatever, were paying for it, then sure. Same thought, but more PG, I see. They still have this warp. Interesting. They got rid of this warp in the GBA version. Well, I died anyway. So they kept it in this one, but they got rid of it in GBA. That's fascinating. Oh boy, this is really good, camera. Amazing, wow. Holy fuck, what are they doing? What were they thinking? Jesus. You're more... Oh my god, this fucking version. You're more upset about prices for GPUs? Understandable. So am I. I am angry at both of these things, however. The prices in Canada are a lot better, for the record. For those who may or may not be aware. GPU prices in Canada are drastically better, and availability is drastically better in Canada than it is the US. Surprising information for some who may not know this, but it's true. They're still expensive as fuck, though. And shouldn't be that much to begin with. It's more of like a generalized issue. Like, to be more specific. Oh, wow, they really give you no wiggle room in this version, huh? Like, they want you to just mash that button like it's auto-fire in order to get any use out of that fucking bird. I guess I just won't take the espresso then. because he's just gonna get me killed. Unless I was going for bonuses for, like, Chivos or whatever, and trying to 100%, I don't need that bird. So I guess I just simply won't do that. Wow, they're not making it easy to get this letter. Why are they like this? Oh, I didn't get the K anyway, okay. Because that's at the far left with the bird. Right. What the fuck? That's completely... Jesus. This is all kinds of fucked up. Okay. I guess we're here now. I fucked it up. Yeah, I have a 3080 that has 10 gigabytes of VRAM. I'm not happy with the 10 gigabytes of VRAM. It's one of my big motivators in wanting to get a better GPU. It's expensive, though. Because if nothing else, even though the situation with the GPU market is better in Canada, it's still bad in the sense that our economy is shit. So, like, it's way more money. So, you know, I would like basically from my research, the best option is the 9070 XT for me. But when you factor in, like, tax and stuff, it's still over $1,000 in Canada. But if geez, those squid things look really weird. If you do, like, the math, it's pretty close to MSRP in the US. But since our dollar's shit, it's still expensive as hell anyway. This is an interesting color palette choice. We're in the teal void. Yeah, the 4090 was kind of the GPU to get, and it was within very narrow snapshots of time that you could get a 4090. One was when it came out. The other was when the 5090 was coming out and people were looking to sell in the aftermarket. Those were the only times you could get a 4090. Those times are over. And also, even if you could get a 4090, it would still be very expensive. Like, you would still be paying a lot of money, and you would have to have that amount of money at those times. So, yeah, not many people ended up with one. The 4090 is a mythical beast. It basically is a GPU that, by and large, does not exist. Is generally how that goes. The 3080 is even, like, kind of in a similar category for some, but it did have a lot of aftermarket stuff more than the 4090 did. Like, there was, like, excess stock from NVIDIA for a period, so I think more people ended up getting the 3080 near the end of its life cycle before the 4000 series was out, and then a little bit afterwards, I think. So people still managed to get a 3080 just way later. I got my 3080 like a month after it came out. I got extremely lucky. But then I also bared the curse of dealing with 10 gigabytes of VRAM in 2025. And that's not been going terribly well for me, but at least for most streaming stuff, it's been fine because I basically stream retro games primarily. So it's been working out on that end. But I don't know where On Guard went in this. I didn't fucking see him, but they made this level way easier, so it doesn't matter. Yeah, they made like 3 or 4 different variations of the 3080. It was absurd. I think it was like actually 3 or 4. Like, they were like They were going crazy back then. Wow, I definitely need squawks for this one, guys. I can't see. Oh, thank goodness. Yeah, I got a bright bird. It's so bright. Look at my bright my bird is, and green. I've got a green, bright bird. I do wonder if it would be functionally black on a real GBC. I don't own one. I've been low-key tempted. It's the dumbest thing, okay? I think chat kind of understands, though, like, my thought process. It's the dumbest thing. It's completely pointless. There is no reason for me to ever consider this, right? But, did you know you can get, like, a GBA EverDrive, like a flash cart that works with real hardware and shit for, like, $99 US these days? And it will, like, do Game Boy and Game Boy Color under, like, some capacity. I think they mentioned, like, emulation. I don't know exactly what that means in this context or how good that is, but they do mention it does the other two systems in a certain way or whatever. And I'm only curious about that because I have two fully working Game Boy Advances. I have the original model. I have the original model Game Boy Advance. And I have the Game Boy Advance SP that I gave a new battery. And I was just curious about it, like, you know, just to see the real hardware experience, because I haven't had it in ages, and I'm like, I just put on every game on there and just see what that was like. Because it's been so long since I've done that. More of a curiosity, like, functionally useless, you know? More of just, like, a way of knowing what that looks like, what that would be like. Yeah, it's basically not anything I would ever do it. It's just a passing thought of like, wouldn't that be interesting, right? But there's functionally no point to it because I own a Steam Deck, I own an analog pocket that does all those things. And, you know, better than the original hardware does it, so there's no fucking point. It's just an interesting thought, right? Of like, wouldn't that be neat? Because I just have the stuff. But yeah, no, it's basically pointless. And I'm not the type of person to just waste money on, like, stupid bullshit like that, you know? Yes. Welcome to bonus stage. They completely changed this. I guess just due to sprite limits and color limits and shit. There used to be, like, way more animal crackers on this stage. And they substantially reduced it. We got 300. It's like kind of not great emulation. Whoa, they put me really far back. So they're following the tradition of fucking the player over by getting animal crackers. Good to know. That's not how that works, but whatever. Yeah, basically, I was at the end of the stage, and now they're making me redo half the stage. Go fuck yourself, player. You got the bonus stage. Now redo most of the level. Yeah, so now I died and have to redo even more. This is one of those things that even for the Game Boy Color version, I would have preferred they improved. Because, like, one of the biggest problems with the whole... Whatever, I guess we're getting single banana. Or nothing. You get nothing, never mind. That's like a really big flaw in the original Donkey Kong Country when you try to, like, get everything. Fuck! I didn't even mean to roll, he just did it. Yeah, I'm fucked. Because, like, the original Donkey Kong Country and Super Nintendo does the same shit. Like, get the animal crackers, redo most of the level, fuckhead. And it's like, why did you do that? Why didn't you just put me where I got it? You know? Major design flaw. There's, like, a lot of problems with the first Donkey Kong Country. Like, as much as I love that game and enjoy that game. That game's got some fucked up design decisions in it. Especially with the 100% for that. The 100% for it is just not great. It's not fun. It's kind of shit. There's a lot of problems with it. Hey, Hikaru. Well, yeah, I mean, someone's got to call them that. We're spelling candy. Can you spell candy? It's gonna be really difficult. Oh, we did it somehow. Oh, you gotta spell funky now, but it's going faster. Better watch out. Oh, you pressed the F again. It's not, you don't spell funky by spelling F-U-F. Fuff. That's not how you do that. Now you gotta do it all over again. Darn. It's interesting they just let you repeat this, though. Fun. Can you spell cranky, but really, really fast? Interesting. Oh, I fucked it up, chat. Do it all over again, jackass. Can you spell letters correctly? Evidently not. We need a leaderboard on retro achievements for spelling all the Kong's names correctly. Did I hit it? Apparently it has a delay. What the fuck are we doing here? What have I touched? Can't even see anymore. Okay. It didn't work. Hitboxes are getting weird on this. This is moving so fast, I can barely even perceive it. I think I'm going for the N? Yeah. Apparently that didn't count. The frame rate's too low to be able to actually see that correctly, so I'm gonna move on. I'm also gonna take a bathroom break. I'll be back in a short moment. Will not take long. I'm finally here. I'm finally back to play Rope Bridge Rumble on the Game Boy Color. Thank you. I read that in my head, that welcome back in my head, the way that Leon says it in Resident Evil 2. Welcome back. Gotta do something with that. At least make it like a sound command or something. I think that would be fun. I gotta get on these streamer ideas. I gotta do stuff. The roll jump is, while I'm glad the roll jump is in this version, it, really doesn't work too great. It doesn't really have any, like, it has, like, this really aggressive coyote time attached to it that is not in the original. So it kind of throws me off. Yeah, I kind of figured the timing on that would get messed up. So about how that throws me off. I disagree, that was a hit, but you do you, video game. You do you. So chat, I have a question for you, a random question. Would you consider me somebody who rages at video games? Am I an angry gamer? Am I an angry nerd? Am I just a mild rager? A muted anger? So like kind of like Goku's quiet rage. Wow, that worked great. I don't remember which thing calls it that. That's just something that lives in my brain. There's like either an episode of Dragon Ball Z or something titled that, or something in one of the games. But there's something that's titled Goku's Quiet Rage, and it makes me really laugh. It's very funny. That title has always been a very big source of amusement.
Goku was here, it was fun. Everyone liked Goku.
Thank you, Goku. I'm not gonna get that G. It's not like I'm gonna get the achievement anyway. Getting all the letters in this version would be quite interesting. Doable, yes. Do I really want to write this moment? Not really. Fuck, I was at the end. I should have just taken the hit from the B or whatever and just... The tire physics are probably the worst thing in this version. They are reproduced very, very poorly. They do not work well. The other stuff, I can deal. But the tire physics, I have a hard time abiding them. They are very bad. Yeah. I think that's a good way of putting it. I think that's a good way of putting it. Some games make me mad. I would like to say I have a pretty high tolerance, though. That's what I would like to think. Interesting they still don't let you switch Kongs on here. I can't imagine there being a reason why they don't. But they just like the Super Nintendo, they don't. There's certain unspoken rules of when you can Kong. You can switch out a Kong. Okay. I don't know if Diddy would do better here. Maybe Donkey Kong might have a little bit more of a hitbox that's bigger and could either make it easier or harder, depending. I would describe the tire physics in this version barely functional. That's kind of my vibe at the moment with it. At least with the GBA remakes, they did that better. They did better with the player there with that. Okay, somehow I managed it, and I even kept my Kong. So... Okay. So they kind of changed this guy up a little bit. Oh, in a way that might make him a little tougher to beat. Because there's usually an exploit that I use to beat this guy every time. And that doesn't work anymore. Oh yeah, no, I mean, if there's one video game I know really well, it's Donkey Kong Country. I know my Kong very well. Resident Evil 4 is another one of those types of games I also just know really well. I feel like I'm mandated by having to get at least one Retro Achievements Mastery on Resident Evil 4, but also, I really wish those sets were better. They just kind of are... There is so much room for improvement on them. I feel like they're just mean-spirited in ways that I don't much care for. Like, I could do what they ask in those sets, but... Man... They're really just a little unnecessary. I'm probably just gonna beat this. We are coming up to, like, one of the worst levels ever, though. Because they fucked it up so bad on Game Boy Color. So we'll see. But we're this far in, may as well finish it. Yeah, sure, I'll go to a bonus. We're not gonna get the secret, though, so whatever. You gotta select a single banana 3 times in that section. Oh, can I just re-enter it, though? No, it acts like you can, but then you can't. Fascinating video game. Fascinating version. It's the level right after this. Elevator Antics. The Game Boy Color version is completely and utterly fucked. I might just get lucky, though. Because that's kind of what you need, is you need luck. There's no other hope for you in that one. The last time I had streamed this, I used save states to get through Elevator Antics just so I could see the rest of the game. Why didn't that barrel work? We'll see if, how it fares here, but that next stage, when I get through this one anyway, may, prove to be the point in which I do not finish this. We'll see. No other Kong barrel. There it is. Wait, can I not get it when I'm Rambi? So Rambi's just gone when I press select. That's strange. Where did Rambi go? They completely changed how the fire works in this. Timing's pretty tight, too. Alright, first try. Poison Pond isn't that bad. Oh, it's not this level. It's the one after. My mistake. It's not this. This level should be tolerable. Just a auto-scroller with an extremely tiny platform for some reason. I don't know why they made the platform so much smaller in this. That might be the part that makes it harder. But no, it's the third level in this world, so it's after this. I often forget this level even... Like, I know this level's in the game, but I often don't acknowledge it because it's kind of, like, just there. It's not really one that I give much thought to. But may end up being an annoyance just because, yeah, they made the platform teeny tiny. Yeah, so even this level might be a bit of an issue just because I don't know why they did that. Like, you can barely fit the one Kong on here. This platform is like half the size of what it is on the original game. I mean, I guess it's just some sprite limitations or whatever. It's already flickering as it is. Maybe that's the only reason. The one that wants the fuel is the final. It's the first level of the final world. So the one after this. There's two versions of this level in the original game. This first introduction of it never had fuel. Checkpoint would be pretty cool. There is like a warp for this level, I think, but I didn't see it existing here or any way to reach it. So unless they changed its location or did something else, I don't think the warp was in this one. As otherwise, I would have just taken the warp, but I didn't see anywhere to go. Donkey Kong just vibrating. Well, he's dead now. It feels like this level is a lot longer on this version, too. Like, for how long it's taken us to get here, we should have been almost done the level by now, and we're only at the O. I think that this thing moves a lot slower, especially going up for some reason, like, super slow. Yeah, like, how the fuck are we only just here now? The checkpoint should be coming up after this if I don't die. But, like, how are we only this far, dude? Like, what? Yeah, that's wild. Why is this so long? Well, at least we got our checkpoint. But it also means that the pressure is on of not fucking this up. Because if it's actually going to be, like, super, super long for the rest of the section, I'm not too jazzed about that. Like I said, I'm not, like, under a commitment or contract to finish this version. I just think it's in the spirit of, bootleg. Official bootleg. So I thought it would be fun to show as much as I could within reason. It's hilarious how much longer this has taken, though. Just playing this version alone. Like, I spent well over an hour on this. When I can beat, like... Without even trying, I can beat, like, the original Super Nintendo version, like, 40 minutes. Fuck! Why did I try to go for that letter? I'm a fool. I didn't even have the O. I thought I did, but... Kung. Not too optimistic I'm gonna get through this. How the fuck did that happen? Man, this is such a broken-ass version of the game. So about why I wasn't too jazzed about that, because now I have to redo long fucking section. Might switch to a different game. Might switch to a different game. Auto-scrollers are kind of, it's pretty tough to make an entertaining auto-scroller in a 2D platformer, is my opinion. And I don't think this cuts it. The minecart stuff works. The minecart stuff works. It's entertaining enough. There's enough going on. This is more desperate. I never much cared for this, even in the original game. Like, I don't like these levels. The 2 times they come up in it. I don't like them there. I don't like them here. Obviously, I like them a lot less here because I don't have the physics and bizarre idiosyncrasies of this version memorized like I do with the original. Yeah, you can't stay on there. That's so fucked. So they want you to roll jump away from it and then go back onto the platform in that same move like this. Like, I can do that. It's just, why are you expecting the player to do that in this fucking version? Like, you didn't have to do that on the SNES. Like, but because they made the platform so goddamn tiny, you have to do that or you're dead. At least as far as I can tell, that's what's going on. He didn't throw the barrel that time. Fucked up. So I got completely fucked by RNG. What shouldn't exist in the first place. So about how this version's got some really weird shit going on. They removed all those other zingers. So, like, Jesus. Almost forgot about you. Hey, we made it through. Now here's the real Hell Realm. That level exists. What about this one? Boop, boop. So either I get lucky on this level or I don't. Is basically what this amounts to. But it won't come up until we're in the last half. You're not going to see it right away. Okay. We're still not at the part yet, by the way. We haven't even reached the checkpoint. Once we, like, reach the round where we reach the checkpoint, that's when, things get worse. It's still not great, but it gets a lot worse. Is there not a way to kill that? Nope, they changed that. That's like a new addition to this version. The Slippa is not supposed to, do that at all. Right, and you can't get through those zingers in this version either. It's interesting. Fuck. Why did they do that? What's wrong with them? Okay, guess we'll do that. Checkpoint. Alright, welcome to hell. So these elevators, particularly toward the very end of the level, have random fucking patterns. And will fuck you over and murder your face. And there's nothing you can do about it. That was my experience with this. And also, you can't really see very well, which doesn't help. Like, these ones are more manageable because, like... there's, like, a little more wiggle room. But there's, like, sections where it's, like... yeah, these parts, like, a big problem is you just can't see. So you don't really know what's going on. Honestly, Donkey Kong's probably the more optimal pick here because it's not like his physics work the same anyway. He's, like, more or less, like, almost equal to Diddy. On the Game Boy Color version. Because it's just easier to deal with these, like, dudes. God damn it, that fucking Neki. Are you serious? Your hitbox is that fucking bullshit in this? Come on. Apparently you cannot hit them remotely from the side on this. You have to hit them directly from the top. Otherwise you just get hit and die. Good stuff. So about why I want Donkey Kong for this part. It's a lot harder to get around those guys in this version as Diddy. There's like certain tricks you can use that don't really work here. That would on the Super Nintendo. Oh well. Fuck. That was kind of my fault. I should have waited a little bit more. Getting close to that game over. On the Super Nintendo, there's a much easier method you can use that kind of works on this version, but not this. Just ate my input right there. That kind of works like it does on Super Nintendo. You can sort of do it, but it doesn't work as well. Where basically you can change the trajectory. I'll show here, like that. You can do that, and you can keep yourself safe. And you won't fall off the cliff. But the timing is pretty specific. And it's not as easy to do with some of these because it's not the same game, obviously. God! Why does he go out so far? I don't even think that dude doesn't even exist, I don't think, on the SNES. He's just there now, that Zinger. He's just here to be a dick. Anyway, this is probably the hardest level in this version. And I'm probably not going to get past it today. Potentially never on stream, who knows? Maybe I just never do it. Oh wow, it's already been 4.5 hours of stream, huh? Didn't think we had already gotten around that time. It's really cool that they have that zinger at the top. And just these guys everywhere in general. It's cool that they did that. See what I mean? They're supposed to be... Part of the problem is everything is on its own cycle and runs through the entire level. Is kind of what I think is how it works with this stage. So, like, everything is running at its own cycle, even at the end of the stage from where I'm at now. So, which is why, like, the enemies are, like, doing what they're doing. So, that's part of what makes this level so hard. And it also means that, like, you won't know when a zinger is going to come up to you because it's not programmed based off of that. Some of them are, though, like a few of them are, but not enough of them. It's weird. Everything's kind of weird about this stage. Like, these guys are programmed to be in the same spots because they, I guess, have to run off the ledge or whatever. So, like, those guys are consistent, but other dudes are just kind of wherever the fuck they feel like. God, I fell for it again. Can't hit those guys like you can on the SNES. You have to make sure that you're right on top of them. Yeah, so this part, you have, like, no control over the outcome. As far as I can tell, this part is completely random. We might get lucky, though. So far, we're getting lucky. Man, fuck this part. Fuck this part in particular. Okay. Well, right, we made it through the hardest level. Hello, Taco. Welcome on in. This is new. Candy's challenge is dastardly indeed. And she's got coins. Thank you, Candy's challenge. Yeah, Poison Pond, probably going to be jank. Yeah, I know that some people grew up with this version. Unfortunate. You can still do worse, I suppose, but there's like Donkey Kong Land, but even that's like weird because Donkey Kong Land's not exactly like...
Thank you, Goku.
Yes, exactly. Donkey Kong Land's a weird one because it's like not exactly trying to be like a port or anything or a remake. It's just some of the levels are taken from the original game and some of them are like more of them actually are original levels. It's weird. The Donkey Kong Land games are weird. Yeah, we played actual bootlegs earlier into the stream for the first couple hours. I didn't have enough material to last like a whole stream, so I was memeing it up by playing this, and I've been playing this for about 2 hours. We played some doozies, though. We played some doozies. There's some real interesting bootlegs, and I beat one of them. I beat Donkey Kong Country 4 through time and of space. But yeah, no, it definitely has, like, the energy of a bootleg. Just, like, in a manner of speaking, an official bootleg. You know, like an official one. Yeah, that's kind of what I remember, too, about Donkey Kong Land. It's been a few years since I've played it, but, it kind of goes off the rails big time at a certain point. Yeah. Really? That was pointless. Yeah, when I had streamed the Donkey Kong Land trilogy a few years ago, when I got to the sky levels, that's when I just started, like, blatantly save stating and also cheating my lives. Because it was just impossible. Well, not impossible, but it was arduous. These days, I wouldn't do that. But that was a different time. I hope this is the right answer. Ooh, barely. They changed this, but if you hold to the right, you're fine for that. What about this awful section? This seems to be pretty accurate to the SNES. G. Ong. This is basically, I think, the same. Actually, a little easier. They got rid of the tires. Alright, we did it. Poison Palm isn't that bad. I didn't think it would be. Minecart madness. This time he jumps out of the minecart. Can you believe it? Oh, I missed the letter. I'm doomed to failure. How will I get those achievements now? I've, like, barely gotten any achievements off of this game. Most of them require, like, all the completionist stuff. They, like, barely make up any of the percentage. I wasn't a big fan of the set for this when I looked at it. It was just, like, it was kind of just not interesting to me. Unfortunately, that's most of the Donkey Kong Country sets. Tires killed me again because they're bad in this. Tires do be bad in this. That is their theme. If there's one constant about Donkey Kong Country on Game Boy Color, it's that the tires do not work correctly at any time. We have 0 lives left, chat. Are you excited? Here's a swordfish. Remember this guy? I do. I had to do this SNES version of this multiple times in order to get an achievement on the competition edition hack cartridge retro achievement set. What a mouthful. This was the only real practical way to do it. And it was pretty annoying. And part of the reason it was really annoying is because I didn't know it was valid to use the fucking select for this, so I had to redo all of the stages every single time to get this done. I don't know if anybody understood that except me, but boy was it annoying. I wish the achievements made that clear, that you could actually do it from the select, instead of having to do the entire fucking sequence. Am I feeling the madness of the minecarts? Not at the moment. At the moment, I'm feeling the madness of how ridiculous that achievement was. That I did off stream. Like, some months ago. Oh, he didn't go in the thing. There's, a thing you can do in Donkey Kong Country Competition Edition where you can, select the bonus, animal bonus rooms from, like, the main menu through, like, a code or whatever the fuck. And the retro achievement set for that particular thing. Wow. I'm not dead yet. I guess I got alive from the... Oh yeah, I got like something from the... Yeah, the swordfish. On guard. And yeah, the retro achievements did not make it clear at any point in the set that you could just do it from the select. For just... without having to play the main part of the game. Anyway, this screen. A screen you would never see if I played the Super Nintendo version. Dude. It's him. It's that Donkey Kong. It's him. And there's Winky there, too. Alright. Alright. I got a little bit of juice in me. Not a lot, but some. Let's take a little peek. Take a little look. It's Donkey Kong Land. Wow. This is the same aspect ratio as Game Boy Color, I kind of figured. It's Donkey Kong Land on the Game Boy. I got one achievement. That might be one of the easier achievements to get on Retro Achievements. Just play this game for 2 seconds, throw a DK barrel, and you got an achievement. What? Are you impressed? Wow, look at them. They managed to get Rambi on screen while one of the Kongs is riding Rambi. How did they do it? Look at all these achievements I'm getting. Good lord. I'm sure that's gonna run out real fast. I know they're all probably worthless too. But it's, kind of funny. It's a snow level. Second level in the game. Snow. Look how big, the beavers are. The naughties. So much larger in scale. There's also flying pigs, did you know? That's a thing in Donkey Kong. Flying pigs. Pigs fly now. Whoa, I had no time to react to that. I guess those lives aren't for me. I will say the physics on this are actually better than any of the bootlegs. Like, the actual bootlegs. Surprisingly, somehow, this actually, like, has better physics. That is, like, a little bit more close to actually the Super Nintendo. It's surprising in that aspect. Of course, though, it still massively suffers from immense screen crunch. Like any portable platformer really did, right? %22.5% have gotten this far, chat. To the third level. Yeah, that's in part because it's black and white, like monochrome. Game Boy didn't look like this when you played it on an actual Game Boy. My Analog Pocket actually does an incredibly good job of simulating what that looks like on an actual Game Boy. It's a much better experience playing a game like this on an actual proper portable setup is what I'm saying. Playing it on here is kind of, you're getting a bit of a lesser experience in some ways, I would say. But of course, something like the Analog Pocket doesn't have retro achievements now, does it? You also can't stream from an Analog Pocket. %20 have gotten this far. Why do you suppose that's there? That's like a secret. I think I vaguely recall this. Like, there's an extra... Some of these levels have, like, a different exit, I think is what it is. Anyway, the pirate ship is here from Donkey Kong Country 2 now. It's in Donkey Kong Land 1. So about the original levels. I mean, honestly, none of these levels have actually been the same as the first Donkey Kong Country. But this is, like, very clearly does not belong here. So you can kind of get an indication of what I mean. It's a good noise. So this is kind of a sickening opinion, or assessment, I should say, that you might find a little surprising. I think that this game, like in terms of controls, is better than the Game Boy Color version. I know, but I have to be honest, back to back having played a bunch of that and then going to this, I think this controls better. Now, is it a better, more enjoyable experience? Well, I don't. This game gets really fucked. This game gets really fucked. So I would not say that. But I would say that this actually just straight up controls better than the GBC game. I have beaten all 3 of the Donkey Kong Land games, but I did have to use like some selective save stating and or infinite lives back a few years ago to accomplish this. I still played the levels legitimately otherwise, but I definitely did not like play it fully legit without some form of cheats back then. But I have seen the games in full. I have experienced them and what is in them. Donkey Kong Land 2 and 3 are, from my recollection, substantially less interesting games. Compared to Donkey Kong Land 1. Donkey Kong Land 1 at least, like... Damn it, I missed the letter. Donkey Kong Land 1 at least, like, has more originality, whereas Land 2 and 3 tend to be a lot more derivative of Donkey Kong Country 2 and 3. So this is like a different route, yeah. I clearly see there's supposed to be some kind of a secret or something up there. I think the idea... Maybe... No, maybe not. Maybe that's just cosmetic. Because there's no way at sea to get up there. Like, even the fucking tires work better. Like, they actually are more accurate to how they work on the SNES. I'm a little surprised by this. So in certain aspects, it really does seem like, Donkey Kong Land has GBC Country beat in a few spots. I mean, though, like, if there was a gun put to my head, though, I'd probably still play the GBC one because I remember what this game becomes the deeper you get into it, so... Okay. Can I get one in the barrel? I'm interested in what's in the barrel. Yeah, barrel time. Letter. Did I beat it? Or did I die? I'm a little unclear on what happened there. I guess I died? I guess so, okay. Yeah, I think that about sums it up, Sonata. I think you've got the right... You've encapsulated my own thought process on that. Cog. I guess it doesn't save the letters. That's always a bit annoying. But also, the SNES also does that. .96% have come this far. And just a shortcut? I guess so. It's weird to see Donkey Kong on these ropes. Well. Alright, I died. It really feels like Donkey Kong does not belong here. This feels sinful. What is that doing there? What is that? Mysterious. This is like a fucking Sonic level. We've got like different like layers to this, like different like routes, like a top route, bottom route. Strange gaming. Fuck. So about the problems, right? It's a portable platformer, and they don't really give a shit about whether or not you can see stuff ahead of you. They didn't really consider that in their design. Maybe? I couldn't tell. Maybe that's what they're supposed to be. I thought they'd be like a secret or something. There's some huge bananas. Those bananas were like mega bananas. They're like a bonanza-sized bananas. Oh, banana. That's the sound that Donkey Kong makes when he gets his banana. Okay, I'm not supposed to go up there. See, I didn't know that because I couldn't see because the screen's so crunched in. This continues to become a problem in this game. For those who are unaware, this increasingly becomes an issue in the world of Donkey Kong Land. Yeah, we sure have. I got a game over in Donkey Kong Country on the Game Boy Color, and I'm like, that's a fine stopping point. I got through most of the game. I wanted to show off a little bit of land since we were talking about it enough. I wanted to showcase it in its glory. Welcome to bonus stage. That was a death, by the way. Why are you over there, Diddy? Ugh. I think I'm starting to lose my my stamina here today, chat. It's been a stream of very difficult video games consecutively. Not that I was dedicated to showing much more of this. Would have been nice to get to a boss though, just to see if. Well, actually, no. Is there even a boss in this until the end? I think this might be one of these games that doesn't have like any bosses until the final boss. Because I actually don't even remember any other bosses except K. Rool. So it's possible that's what's going on. Yeah. I think I've had enough. I think that's good enough. Let's see what's happening over on other areas of Twitch.